Strong Barbell Club spotters and loaders today. Big shout out to Sam in the back. Sam snapped both of his knee ligaments here exactly 2 years ago, and Sam couldn't stand to not be here keeping the lifters safe like that happened with him when he was competing, so he messaged me at 11 o'clock last night. I'll be there in the morning, so thanks for being here, Sam. We love you. We're going to get things started here today with Isabel Duff of their first lifter. Sarah, you're on deck. Emily, you're in the hole. Layla, you're 3 out. Shayla, you're 4 out.
Good looking opener attempt there for Isabella. Good morning, everyone. This is Christy, and I am joined by Brian today this morning at only the strong powerlifting competition here in Merriam, Kansas, and or Kansas City, Kansas. We've got Sarah Cole coming up next, 154 pounds. Bar is loaded here for Sarah.
We've actually got 4 Coles here today. Raise your hand if you're supporting the Cole family today. All right, 4 lifters and only 1 person.
Great looking opener there for Sarah.
It's a good one. Emily Cole.
All right, we got Emily Cole up next.
Now, Mama Cole is what I'm going to call you for now because that's all I can think of. You can come all the way up to this barrier if you want and take a knee and record right next to our official. This barrier is also here, though, to keep everybody off of Ellen's back, our photographer over here with the hot pants on. Ellen is our photographer from Barbell.
All right, getting nice and set up there underneath the bar.
Emily Cole.
Easy opener. Good lift there for Emily.
Now, you see the 3 white lights over here next to the...
All right, we got Leila Garcia coming up next, 198 pounds. She's in the junior division 2023. One thing you will notice throughout today is that we do have different age divisions. We have different weight classes, and we even have drug tested versus untested. So a little bit of everything going on here today. We are using a monolift, which is a little bit different than you might see for the most part at our meets. A monolift is a different way to squat. We're still using a squat bar. However, the lifters can choose to not walk out their squat, and the arms will actually swing away from the lifter so they can squat without walking, which is kind of nice. We've got Shaylin Mark coming up next, 225 pounds for her.
Then they can lift the bar. They have to go all the way down below parallel with their hip, below the top of their knee, and then come back up under control and follow the squat and the rack command. And if they do that and they're successful, they get white lights. We have 3 judges. If they get 2 red lights, it's no lift. If they get 1 red light, it's still a good lift. Jalen Mars.
All right.
2.5 kilos on the bar. That's 225. We do everything in kilos in powerlifting worldwide, and that's what makes the sport unified across the whole country, the whole world.
Good looking opener there for Shaylin. See what the judges say there. 3 white lights. Good lift for her.
The reason we use these colorful plates is because they are kilo plates. They're also calibrated, which means they weigh within 10 grams of their actual weight when they leave the factory. Regular weights in your gym oftentimes are 10% off, up to 10% off.
All right, we got Avery Huber coming out next, 231 pounds.
I was the 5th. The 4th person that squatted 1,000 pounds, after they weighed the pound plates, the hundreds were 91s. So that's why we use kilos now.
And Waiting on a light here from one of our refs. All right. All right, 2 to 1. That is a good lift. So lifters just need to have 2 out of the 3 lights to be a good lift. They need 2 whites. They also only need 2 reds to disqualify the lift. So, all right, we got Leslie coming out here, 248 pounds. Nice and controlled there for Leslie. Okay, so 2 to 1.
2 to 1. That's no lift. Olivia's the next.
All right, we got Olivia coming out next. She is opening at 253 pounds. She is a strong barbell. Nice deep squat there from Olivia.
All right, Olivia.
Good lift. Great way to open the day for her.
Molly Albrecht's going to be our next lifter. She's got
All right, we got Molly coming up next. 259 pounds for her.
What we'll do is for everybody in flight A, they will all get a chance to do their opener, and then we'll start back at the top, and we'll do a second attempt and go from the lowest weight to the highest weight, and then we'll do a third attempt and do the same thing. They get 3 attempts to get their best weight on the board. Then we'll do that with bench, and then we'll do that with deadlift. The highest total wins. So if you're in a weight class with somebody and your total's higher, you win. If your total's the same, the lifter the weight.
All right. Molly's getting set up here.
And then we do a formula for the overall winner of the day. So we
Good looking deep squat there for Molly. All right, so the lifters do have a requirement to squat to depth. So the hip crease has to be below the top of the knee, or it is considered a high squat.
next up is
You also have 3 commands that you have to receive to complete the lift. So you need a squat command. The squat command is what you receive whenever you're whenever you've either walked the squat out or you've picked the bar from the monolift. Your knees are locked out and the bar is steady on your back. They don't like any wobbling. They don't like it to be anything back and forth. They want the lifter to be stable prior to starting the lift. The lifter squats and then they rack. So they get the rack command, and that's whenever they can make movement towards the rack or they can rack the bar in the mono arms. You cannot do that before you receive the rack command or you will be disqualified for that lift. Good lift there for Haley. All right, we got Matthew Vasquez coming out here, 125 kilos.
Matthew Vasquez. Liz, you're on deck. Riley, you're in the hole. Dylan, you're 3 out.
This is a state record attempt here for Matthew. Not quite the way you want to start off your day, but a lot of people get a lot of like nerves and anxious. Good lift there. So he is on the board.
If somebody's setting the record, you'll notice on his name there's a little red text underneath the weight that he's
so he does have the opportunity to go up if he chooses. A lot of times people can just be nervous for their opening attempt, but typically you do want your opener to be something that you can do 2 to 3 reps of fairly easily any day of the week. So, all right, we got Liz Peckus coming out next, 281 pounds on the bar. Nice pick there.
Liz Peckus out of Omaha, Nebraska here with 1.7 kilos.
All the way down to the floor there for Liz. No question on depth there. 3 white lights. Lift is good.
Good lift for Liz. That's gonna bring
All right, we got Riley Rash coming up next. 132.5 kilos or 292 pounds. She's out of Iron Haven.
Dylan is on deck. Dylan will be the last slaughter of round 1 for flight A, and then we'll start round 2. I believe Riley's with our group from Omaha. Coach Hundle gets her under the bar there. There we go, Riley. Good lift.
Good lift there for Riley. She does have a sparkly belt on today. We do love a sparkle belt. We've got Dylan Eccles coming out next, 325 pounds. This is also a state record attempt. Dylan is in the junior 16 to 17 age division.
Dylan's the lifter.
Bar is loaded here for Dylan.
47.5 kilos. 324.
A little shifty down out of the hole there, but still hit depth. Let's see what those judges say. 2 to 1. Lift is good.
That brings us back to the top of our lineup.
All right, we are starting with our second attempt squats here of flight A. Back at the top with Isabel Duff. Her second attempt is 143 pounds.
Up front, we've got brand new gear that we just got in last night. We've got our new Real Tree hoodies and pants. We've got army green colored ones with cream logos and maroon tops with cream logos for sweats. So get some sweats for this winter. Get some Christmas gifts while you're here.
Solid looking second attempt there. Let's see what the judges say here.
Second attempt, 2 to 1.
2 to 1. Good. Lift is good.
Sarah Cole is our next lifter.
All right, we got Sarah Cole coming up next. 165 pounds on the bar for her. All right, great lift there for Sarah. We got Emily coming up next. I can only help but assume that they might be related here, possibly. We got 198 pounds here for Emily.
Bars loaded for Emily. Layla, you're on deck. Shaylin, you're in the hole. Avery, you're 3 out. Leslie, you're 4 out. Emily Cole.
Good lift there for Emily.
Up front, we've got apparel, we've got energy drinks, water, Gatorade, all that kind of jazz if you need any refreshment. We've also
All right, we got Leela Garcia coming up next. 209 pounds.
up front, and what their mission is to help our athletes be successful today. So if you finish a lift and you're feeling an ache or pain, or you have an issue you want to talk about, or even a pre-existing condition, feel free to go over there and talk to Jacob. They'd love to help you out. They also offer free injury screens sometimes here at Strong Barbell Club, so get to talking with Onward Physical Therapy.
Wow. Very deep into the hole, almost maybe a little bit too deep, honestly, which is why she had struggled a little bit once she got out of the hole. However, still plenty of, maybe a little bit more to play with there weight-wise, so we'll see what she hits there on her third attempt. We got Shailene coming out next, 110 kilograms, 242 pounds.
Guys standing over here on the side, please don't block the lane. Kate will run you over.
Let's see what the judges say here. Good lift there for Shailene. We got Avery Huber coming up next, 253 pounds on the bar.
Let's go, Avery. 115 kilos on the bar for Avery Huber.
Quick second attempt there for Avery. Let's see what the judges say here. 2-1, no lift. So definitely a high squat there for Avery. All right, we got Leslie coming out here next, 259 pounds.
Leslie's 117 and a half kilos on the bar for Leslie. Leslie's a dietitian here in Kansas City.
Not perfect, but we have.
Nice and controlled down in the hole there for Leslie. That is a good lift for her at 259 pounds. All right, we got Olivia coming up next. 270 pounds on the bar here for Olivia. Good pick there for Olivia. Steady walkout. All the way into the hole there for Olivia.
122 and a half kilos. That's 270 pounds. That's a good lift.
Olivia is quite the tall individual, so her range of motion is quite large. She's also got some long femurs, which, so getting to depth is can be a challenge for lifters with long femurs, but she made it look easy just now. So got Molly coming out next here, 275 pounds on the bar.
And the smallest OnlyFans following in history.
All right, everyone. I am back as well, trying to work on some fun little details for you that we're going to be rolling out throughout this meet and experimenting with, so stay with us. But as Christy said, it's going to be a great day. Molly Galbraith up next, 125 kilos loaded onto the bar. 3 white lights, lift
That
is
looked like
good.
an
2 to
opener,
1.
honestly.
That looked like a 3-to-1. That looked like a good lift to me all the way around. I actually said 3-to-1 instead of 2-to-1.
2 to 1, 2 to 1,
2
3
to
to
1
1.
instead of 3 to
It's
1.
all right. I already said there were 3 commands on squat earlier. The caffeine hasn't quite kicked in yet.
My brain's just flying around today. All right, Matthew Vasquez up next in the 16 to 17 junior drug tested division, squatting 127.5 kilos. This is a 5-kilo jump between attempts, or a 2.5-kilo jump between attempts.
Matthew here with his state record attempts.
Yeah. Not quite there for Matthew.
To get that. Now, if the lifter misses attempt, they can either repeat it or they can choose to do the same weight, right? Now, if they choose to do the same weight, they have a higher probability of doing it, right? If they go up, then they have a risk of missing it, because that's part of the game.
So one thing that Christy and I kind of want to talk about today is
Haley went up to
just common mistakes on here. So that one was just a strength movement, but this is kind of a small list. We'll bring it back here in a few minutes to talk about it between attempts.
All right, we got Haley Bolton coming up next. 132.5 kilograms or 292 pounds. Very patient there with that walkout. Nice and steady,
Every good squat starts with a good walkout.
but very narrow squat stance there. Okay, narrow, but man, those knees really drive out.
Knees flared out, 2-to-1, good lift. It did look like
Yeah.
that right hip was just a little bit high. So the red lights on here are actually, if you take a look, it's going to be slightly confusing to you because if we talk about the right hip's low, but you see the left light is red, the judge on the right-hand side of the lifter is on the left-hand side of your screen.
Correct.
So the right hip was a little bit low on that one, and that's where she missed. Next up is Liz with 140 kilos on the bar.
308 pounds. But overall, that was a good lift for Haley. All you need is 2 white lights and you're good to go. So
Again, we've done the absolute lowest common denominator math, and it was like you only need 20% of your white lights to get a total.
yes. All right.
Let's go, Liz.
Great looking second attempt
Very-
there for Liz.
Very good second attempt.
No question. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Liz has done, I know, at least a couple of our meets, maybe more than a couple. So
Quite.
this is definitely not her first.
Quite a few. And actually, I don't know if Christy had mentioned this before, but this is one of the longer running meets in the Midwest. Traditionally, this was actually underneath the name Strong Like Bull on the same weekend, and then the name transitioned to Only the Strong as SBC opened up and became less of a powerlifting team and more of a gym. All right, Riley taking her time getting down to the hole, but comes up at the same exact pace. 3 white
Good
lights.
lift there for Riley.
You'll love to see it.
319 pounds from Riley Rash. That's gonna bring up
All right, we got Dylan coming out here.
Eccles.
He is squatting 336 pounds. So I don't believe we've had anybody in this flight use the mono as a mono.
I do not believe we have either.
Which I will speak to, like, if you're not familiar with a mono, you probably shouldn't use the mono as a mono.
Absolutely not.
Because there's a lot of skill to it. It can really, like, make or break your squat if you're not super familiar with it, especially. So
Yeah, if
it's
you've never
definitely a
used one-
piece of equipment that you want to train with.
Especially as you get heavier. If you've never used one and it gets heavier, the rack can actually pull you forward and out of position.
Right.
All right, so as we transition into third attempts, we're just going to take a quick look at this. So we're going to be kind of looking at what happens here. People are going to start cutting depth, so the hip crease is not going to be below the knees. There might be some downward motion as it starts to get heavier. All right, Isabel Duff, ready to go, 70 keys. Good.
Isabel Duff at 70 kilos, 154 pounds. The lift is good.
Honestly, that didn't quite look like a third attempt to me. It looked like she had plenty left in the tank, but maybe she's being conservative today because this might be her first meet.
Could be first meet, and again, being conservative,
Being conservative is much smarter than overshooting.
especially on an opener.
Yes.
And, you know, if your third attempt looks like an opener, you're saving up energy for bench and deadlift.
No, that is also fair, Brian. All right, we got Sarah coming out next. 80 kilos on the bar here for her.
Truly, bare knee
Also
squat right
fair.
there.
Oh, bare knee. I didn't even notice that. Good eye, Brian. All right, we got Emily coming out here. 209 pounds on the bar. all the way down to the basement there for Emily.
Bounced off her heels.
Good lift.
All right, we got Layla Garcia coming out next, 214 pounds here.
So what you're going to start seeing with a lot of these lifters is, well, you may not think that these jumps are very aggressive because, you know, the poundage or kilos that it's changing by, not super large. However, a lot of these people are squatting lower weights and they're going by percentages almost on attempt choices here, right? So typically between first and second, you're thinking about 5 to 7.5, and second to third is 2.5 to 5. This is about right in line with that, a 2.5 kilo jump. And I think
Very
that was
deep there as well, yeah.
a very good call. 2.5 kilos more might have been in there, but at the same time,
I think if I remember right, she was a little shifty on her second attempt, so.
yeah. So she made the right call. Again, that was definitely much more appropriate for a third attempt, at least in my opinion. Definitely there was some weight left on the bar, but being conservative will pay off dividends in the long run for lifters.
All right, we got Shaylin coming out here, 253 pounds.
Shaylin Mars up at 115 kilos.
And Shaylin over here with a very high bar squat.
Shaylin Mars.
But good looking, like, solid looking third. We've got a lot of, like, stable third attempts here so
Yeah.
far.
Very, very conservative on that attempt when you go for thirds.
All right, we got Avery coming out here, 259 pounds. I am loving the braided pigtails here.
I wonder why, Christy.
I usually just do one braid. We'll see what the judges say here. She was called on depth on her last squat, and once again squatted high. Just not squatting deep enough there.
In depth, as assigned by the rule books, is your hip crease below your kneecaps, or the top of your knees.
All right, we got Leslie coming out here, 275 pounds with that hot pink knee sleeve there.
Just disappointed that she didn't get a matching belt, actually,
I think we've only seen one sparkle belt so far, Brian.
which is upsetting.
Okay, we'll see what the
Now.
judges say here on this one. All right, 2-1.
Good lift on that. That one was, in my opinion, a very appropriate third attempt right there. There might have been a little bit left, but with the risk of missing depth on the first attempt, second attempt was a little shaky. Better to build the total with something that's a little bit easier that you know you can sink. Again, it's all about strategy in this game.
Exactly. We got Olivia coming out here with her third attempt squat. 281 pounds. This is a state record attempt here for Olivia. I mean, just look at the length of her legs.
They're almost as long as
She's
Sam's.
almost all leg. But zero question. Oh, come on, stick with it.
Nope, not quite there. She wasn't able to hit that transition point.
Yeah. So really unfortunate. Like her proportions are like fighting against her for squat because, like I said earlier, when you have long femurs, it's really hard to squat to depth.
It is.
And really hit that. See, they usually are a more lean forward lifter to get to that point.
And it's more so that they're trying to force their body into a position to hit that hip
Right,
crease.
right. She's done really well in training though, so she'll come back and hit that again. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Matthew
for it,
Vasquez,
Matthew, come
good
on,
fight
come
on
on,
this
stick
one.
it.
Oh, not
Oh,
quite
man.
there. Again, he's 16, 17 years old. He's going to come from experience later on.
Open too high in my opinion, if I'm going to be completely frank here. Like I said earlier, you really want to open at something you can do 2 to 3 of any day of the week. And his opener probably should have been set up as his third attempt, unfortunately, or maybe his second. We got Molly coming out here, 135 pounds. or 135 kilos, my apologies, 297 pounds. Quite the significant difference. So that does bring up a very valid point here. The numbers that you were seeing on the screen are kilograms and not pounds. The kilograms are more of a universal, so powerlifting is a worldwide sport, so kilo is a universal unit of measure. And these plates are calibrated, so they're down to the gram with how much weight is on the bar. We're also using weighted collars as well, so that adds weight to the bar as well.
Correct. So the collars are 2.5 kilos apiece.
That's
Heavy.
heavy, yeah.
And then the bar that we're using is 25 kilos. So you're looking at, 60 kilos before you put a plate on the bar, any plate on the bar.
Right.
All right, Haley Bolton up next. 5 kilo jump between her second and her third.
Let's go, Haley. State record on the bar for Haley Bolton.
This is a
Now,
state
one
record
thing that
attempt here for Haley.
One thing that I've kind of noticed this meet, which we haven't seen in that long of a time, which I haven't seen in a while, is people are kind of starting to bring back the looking down on their squats to try to hit depth, which is more of a starting strength mentality.
Oh, man, she lost her brace right there out of the hole. Good catch there by their
Good
spotters
job
and
on our spotters
loaders.
and loaders, keeping all of our athletes safe. So for a while there, looking straight down was incredibly popular with powerlifters because of starting strength. The book Starting Strength popularized low bar squatting, looking down, and just looking
I remember
forward.
in like my middle school gym, so like when we did weightlifting in middle school, even there was like a smiley face that said like hi, that they wanted you to look at while you squatted. And now like it's really more about keeping a neutral spine, and your cervical spine is part of that. And so your gauge,
Oh, pause it at the bottom for effect right there.
you will see people time to time use their chin a little bit to help them squat, but really keeping your chin tucked and packed, with your spine nice and packed, is a
Packed.
better practice.
Correct. Packed and actually properly braced is going to pay
Yes,
off longer in the long run than
100%.
having what the hot trend.
But sometimes you
Or-
can't help yourself with
Yeah.
the chin. It just happens.
It comes with
Because
practice.
you
it comes with
naturally
time.
want to go up. Like, you're like, up, up.
You know,
We
it was
got
always a funny cue whenever I'd see somebody like come underneath somebody's chin while they're squatting and start to point it up to try to get them. I've seen that before in person.
Oh,
Yeah, not fun.
big brace there for Dylan.
Not
High
quite
bar
there.
squatter there too, once again. Definitely lost tension from his glutes out of the hole there. But he's a high bar squatter too, so he's more quad dominant squat.
Which that was interesting that he was going for such a high bar squat and such a wide stance. Not necessarily taking full advantage of what high bar is there for,
Yeah.
right? A wider stance typically goes with like a mid or low bar squat, just because of positioning and ease of depth, where high bar, you typically are a little bit closer in stance. Again, it's different for people. We're talking about generalizations here. But
I was saying,
typically-
unless you're wearing like a suit or something.
Unless you're wearing, suit, but that's also a squat in a suit, in my opinion, is a different
It's a different
beast.
lift. Yeah.
Yes. You cannot compare geared lifting with raw lifting. You can try it with knee sleeves and
Right.
the new knee sleeves and the new knee wraps, but other than that, it's really, really hard to compare.
Right.
And it comes down to technique, you know? Are you able to master the technique that fits your body? Transition back into raw lifting because I really don't want to talk about single ply or multi-ply.
All right, we got Judson Cole coming out here. He are starting off flight B here.
Joseph is our fourth. Marcus is our fifth.
All right.
Okay, so like we talked a little bit about in the middle of the flight while I was making this on the fly because I only thought about this at about 8:45 this morning. Here's what we're gonna kind of see when it comes to missed lifts on these attempts, right? Timing out, hip crease not below your knees, downward motion, foot movement after the start command is given or before the rack command is given.
Yeah, and there are more rules to the squat, but these are the most common reasons that lifters get red lights. All right, we got Justin Cole coming out here, 275 pounds. Wow, that was a deep squat.
Deep high bar. We're seeing a lot of high bar squats today.
I know. I do feel like a lot of lifters start with a high bar, just when they're learning to squat, just because that's what you see a lot of if you're like an old school weightlifter sort of thing. All right, apologies if I mispronounce this ahead of time here, but we got Irfan here, 303 pounds. I'm sorry, my contacts are not completely working here for me yet today.
And I'm blind, so. Mr. Ansar with 137.5 kilos on the bar.
Man, so many deep squats here. A little bit of misgroove there, but honestly, that could just be nerves. You know, that first squat is literally the most anxious. Historically, I've shaked. I'm like unracking the bar because that's what I do when my central nervous system is kind of like freaking out a little bit, or I'm like anxious and ready to get going, or, you know. I think I've only not shaken before a squat once, and that was my very last meet. But
well, you know, when you're a world-class lifter like you're allowed
I don't
to do
know
that.
if I'm still a world-class lifter, though, is the issue. I can still bench 265 pretty easily, I think.
160 kilos.
All right. Mr. Train, 160 kilos on the bar. Slow on the way down, pops right back up. A little bit of a shift from middle to right, but good lift.
Good lift there.
They're not going to judge you on perfect squat form. They're just going to judge you based on the criteria laid out in front of you. Joseph Kyle, 167.5 kilos on the bar. So as Christy explained, that they are utilizing a monolift today. And the way that the monolift is adjusted, you can see right there, it's through hydraulics, which makes it a lot easier to adjust weight.
It's so nice to adjust, but it is such a large piece of equipment to move or use for a meet. Back when we used to host the showdown at the CrossFit gym on the other side of the city here, we had to use moving trucks because you needed monos in the warm-up room.
Yep.
And you needed mono on the platform.
Yep.
And that's a lot of mono.
It's a ton of mono, which is why I was glad that we transitioned that from a mono meet to a combo rack meet.
Well, yeah. All right, we got Joseph Pyle coming out here, 165 kilograms. This is 369 pounds.
All right. And he's taking his time getting underneath the bar. Every lifter has 1 minute.
They do have 1 minute
to complete a lift. All right, so one thing that Joseph did that I don't like as a spotter and loader, and he did it on
he did the hands.
He did the jazz hands.
The jazz hands.
I'm calling those the jazz hands. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. However, some people could lose tension by releasing the bar like that. You know, you get underneath the bar.
I think in some federations that's actually a red light.
Because it puts your spotters and loaders at risk.
Exactly.
Again, when you release the bar, you don't have complete control of it on your shoulders. And again, as I said before, just something that is a personal pet peeve of mine. If you notice, we also moved the arms in for Marcus Morton on 170 kilo squat, meaning that he's putting his arms wider on the squat bar because of shoulder mobility issues.
Yeah.
Typically,
that's the reason that you see that.
Another thing that he might get a little bit of judge pointing out to him, and they shouldn't be a red light, but it'll be a warning, is he does have part of his singlet tucked into his knee sleeve.
Yeah, but barely.
Barely. Again, that's why it's going to be more of a warning.
Oh,
and
look
at
that.
Did.
Our side rest Dusty was like, hey.
Not there. Yep, jump the rack command. Feet move.
He can't move.
There are 3 commands. Two. Bench is 3.
I said 3 earlier too, Brian. It's okay.
It doesn't make it. Squat should have 3, bench should have 2, deadlift should have 1, so we can count down, or reverse it so there are 3 in there. I don't care which one we do, but make it make sense.
We got Landon.
Number 1 has number 2, number 2 has 3, and number 3 has 1. I don't like this math over here.
This is 391 pounds.
All right, so Landon.
Naked knees here again, too.
Naked knees again. One thing that Landon might want to do is he might want to adjust his mono height. It looked like he had to kind of shrug it up on his right arm.
Oh, yeah.
And you are allowed to do that between attempts.
Good lift for Landon Cole. Jacob's up next. Christopher, you're on deck.
Now that's where a coach or a
All right, and he did make the smart decision to change his rack height so that way it would be a better pick for his second attempt there. Wow, that squat was so fast that I looked away for a split second and it was done.
super fast. He's also getting a warning for having his socks tucked into his knee sleeves.
Guys, for this lane right here, please keep this open all day.
All right, we got Christopher Pierce here, 435 pounds.
Zach is on deck. Dalton's in the hole.
So as we start to get heavier, you're going to notice we'll probably get 2 spotters on each side of the bar once we get closer to 5 hundo. Big old 5-0.
5-0. Hawaii 5-0.
No, this is actually Shawnee.
Shawnee?
We are one street into Shawnee, Kansas.
We're not Merriam? I believe we have a Merriam address. Really? Let me Google that real fast here.
All right, 2-1, good lift. And one thing about Christopher is he does have knee wrap on, which is again a different beast.
So it is Shawnee, Kansas, but it is on Merriam Drive.
I know it's confusing, right? So we do have a Merriam address
Ish.
due to a loophole.
Yeah.
So the best part about Christy and I doing this is we're both technically right, and we love both being technically correct.
We do love that, don't we? We got Zach here, 440 pounds on the bar.
What has happened with Roger before is he is a knee wrap lifter, meaning that he has supportive knee wraps around his knees, which helps him get a little bit of bounce out of the hole. Some people
If wrapped appropriately.
If you don't wrap appropriately, they're absolutely horrible.
In fact, I would say the most modern knee sleeves might be better than some people's wraps. Oh, we have a mono. So that is how a mono works if you choose to use the mono lift.
And typically you don't see mono lifts being used for traditional raw lifters unless they've had knee issues in the past.
Yeah, I would disagree. Some lifters, I think if they could use a mono as a raw, they would do it. Go right ahead.
Well, that's right. So some people like to go out of the mono because they don't want to walk it out because they're worried about what's happened with their joints in the past.
Oh no, I think some people are just.
No, some people do like it because.
Oh
of
yes.
That. But I'm saying,
yes.
In general, not in general. Some people do like it because they don't have to adjust their seat.
I think some people like it because they feel more stable at the beginning of the lift because their walkout is not good.
You need to fix that.
I feel like it has its place.
In a trash can.
There are plenty of lifters out there in the world that no matter if it's a raw meat or a wrapped meat or whatever meat, it could be a naked knee meat. They would rather pick from a mono and use the mono as a mono than walk it out.
Two different heights and you drop a bench in the middle of it. So this thing's called a mono lift.
Still belongs in the
All right, we got Dalton here. This is 462 pounds here, also using the mono lift.
Dalton Clark here, using the
very deep squat there.
10 kilos on the bar. Good lift.
2-1.
Choice of whether you want to use the mono or not.
So one of the things that is kind of a disadvantage about the mono lift is if you have a large change of height between lifters, as you can notice, my poor Calvin's like,
Cranking.
we have a full bicep pump that he's going to have by the end of this adjustment here.
I mean, I will say,
Going down is easy.
ER, trying to adjust a combo, when it has 900 pounds and you only weigh 160,
That's fair.
is a nightmare.
That is fair.
I actually had to have other people on there with me.
Yeah, you kind of float up in the air.
In the air.
Yeah.
and even then the levers aren't the best.
All right, we got Thomas here. This is 490
I
pounds.
really like his build. I can't see what's on it, but I like it.
He is also choosing to use the mono.
Now, the really fun ones are some guys will ask to have the mono arms taken out, and then they'll walk it out.
And I've seen a female do that as well. Tamara Wolcott, to be exact.
Yeah.
25 kilos.
Some people just like that. All right, we got Peter coming out here, 496 pounds. All right, this is 496 pounds here for Peter.
Yeah, we actually have meats here for people from
Peter Winkler, 225 kilos on the bar.
Go as far as you want. 225 kilos for Pete Winkler.
All right, good looking opening attempt there. One thing to note, I will say, is if you are just now joining us after the meet has started, you can look at liftingcast.com and find only the strong, our competition today on their website, and you can follow along to see if your lifters already competed, what flight they are in, and how they're doing throughout the day. So you'll actually be able to tell, like, if you missed their lift, if they got lifts or didn't get lifts, and where we're at throughout the day, aside from watching the live stream. That's just liftingcast.com. That's how our lifters are registering for the meets and everything else from there. Aaron Booth here, very deep opening a squat there. 230 kilos, 507 pounds.
Good lift. That's going to bring up Ian McGuire.
All right, we got 556 pounds here on the bar.
Up next, we got Ian McGuire from Strong Barbell Club coming up.
Oh my gosh, I love Ian's singlet. I did not know he was sporting this. I really enjoy it. Great pick there for Ian. So he was able to practice with the mono. Good lift there for Ian.
Builds up next at 255 kilos. That's 562 pounds.
All right, we got William Gepford coming out next, 562 pounds. Bar is loaded here for William.
Bill's going to be our last squat of round one.
Waiting for that rack command too. And so you will see people that are experienced wait for commands, follow commands. It's kind of just following the instructions. It is very important to read the rule book before you start. And honestly, there's YouTube videos you can go out. Even probably, yeah. I still believe you should check through the rules book. Because the rules book does change as well.
Need to be there for a meeting. Recommend you read the book. Recommend you watch the videos. That way you can practice how you play.
Oh, 100%. You should be taking commands in training.
If not, you have a taser attached to your
Okay, so we'll see what the judges say here. It did look like he had some downward. Yeah, no lift there. Sounds like he is going to retake that again on his third.
Down in that motion. Good. You got it. So
All right, we got Judson here. 341 pounds here for Judson.
Cannot go back down. If the lifter is going up and they stop and then keep going, that's fine. But if they go back down at all, then it's going to be a red light. And that's for safety. Lifting pole, 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Good lift.
All right, we got Kai coming out here. 363 pounds.
Kai is the lifter at 165 kilos. Marcus is on deck. Joseph's in the hole. Landon's 3 out. Jacob 4. Now, on that one, I believe Kai jumped the start command. He started moving too early. So you have to wait for the judges to tell you to start. Again, that's a safety measure to make sure that bar is under control.
All right, we got Marcus coming out here. 175 pounds.
I was like,
Marcus Morton at 175 kilos.
Good lift there for Marcus.
good lift on that one. Waited for his commands. That's all that he needed to do.
Up next. Landon's on deck. Jacob's in the hole. Christopher's 3 out.
All right, we got Joseph Pyle coming out next. 396 pounds. Taking his time, like we said earlier, each lifter does have a whole minute to complete the lift. Good lift there for Joseph. We got Landon coming out here next, 418 pounds.
It's a good lift.
Bar is loaded for Landon Cole.
You got 190 kilos going on the bar. That's 419.
Great looking second attempt there. And the judges agreed.
As they should. Because you and I, always right.
Always right,
Never wrong.
100% right, 100% of the time.
60% of the time, I'm right every time. I don't even like Will Ferrell, and I'm going to quote that movie.
Oh.
Classic line.
Jacob,
All right.
All right, we got Jacob coming out here. 440 pounds here for Jacob.
Very fast down into the hole. Nice. Good call on that 15-kilo jump.
Good lift.
All right. Christopher Pierce, 210 kilos on the bar. So it looks like that athlete is being coached by SBC Manhattan owner.
Manhattan, Kansas.
I know, Patrick.
How long has that gym been open now?
Since October.
Very nice. Very nice.
So we're just over a month, full month in.
It's exciting.
Huge. They're building a great community out in Manhattan, Kansas, bringing that strong barbell club vibe to the rest of the state. All right, so Christopher, is wrong with wraps. Like we were talking about earlier, he has knee wraps on. Now, one way to tell if the knee wrap is good is how quickly he takes them off when he's done.
Or how they waddle.
The waddle, yeah. A good knee wrap, a solid 10 knee wrap makes you feel like you have claustrophobia. Wrapped around the back of your legs. It's a nice, horrible hug. Great lift right there. One thing that athletes in wrap sometimes struggle to do is they do struggle to hit depth, so they actually have to like force themselves into the hole. It's not very comfortable. It is actually very painful. If you have JT do it when you're only 160 pounds and he goes and cranks it to a 10 without telling you.
And how much were you squatting?
Not enough to justify that. That was the first time that I ever squatted like over 400 pounds was in wraps.
Okay.
And JP was like, we're going to do 415. And I was like, I don't know if I can. I picked up the bar, racked the bar, walked over and said, that's not happening.
Sounds about right. We've got Dalton Clark here, 220 kilos. That is 485 pounds. Getting a big brace and a solid pick there. Notice he's already in his squat stance, so there's no like needing to move his feet at all. He just picks the bar from his squat stance.
So one thing that was, if you notice his lift, I'm going to be interested to see what his third attempt is going to be. There was a little bit of forward and back movement on.
I believe he adjusted his rack height between his first and his second as well. So we got Zach here, 485 pounds.
We are seeing some interesting jumps on these. This is a 10% jump or a 20-kilo jump, so roughly 44 pounds, depending on how much chalk was on the spotters and loaders' hands when they were putting the plates on.
All right, we got about 38 seconds left here. There's still plenty of time.
I'm going to be using the monolith on this one as well, if I remember correctly.
Let's go, Pat. Come on.
Good
Let's
fight
see what
on
those
that
judges
one.
say.
You know
2 to 1. Yeah.
2 to 1. Yeah.
High.
Yep.
Aaron's up next at 240 kilos. Thomas on deck. Peter
So he's going to go for that one again. Typically, there are a couple different reasons why people might cut depth. One is just they don't know where their depth is at. And two, and it happens a lot more in meets, is the heavier that you go, the more that you might not know that you're doing it, but you start to cut height just
Yeah, I feel like your
little bit.
central nervous system starts to do it for you.
Yeah, it's just, it starts to, the back of your subconscious, your CNS, whatever in your body's like, hey, let's cut this a little higher. It's going to get risky.
Right. Aaron boots all the way down to the basement there.
Aaron, you need to stop showing off that you can squat deeper and heavier than me. It's not fair. It's not cool.
240.
That was 529 pounds.
Thomas is up next at 240 kilos.
We got 529 pounds here for Thomas.
A 17.5 kilo jump. I like pointing out the weird numbers. You know, it's usually 5, 10, 15 kilo. This one, 17.5.
You know what? Maybe that's the right percentage, Brian.
It is. Hey, again, I'm not judging the percentage here. I just like
No.
I like the weird numbers.
Good lift there.
Which is good.
Yes.
All right, we got Peter coming out here, 534 pounds.
We got Peter here with 242.5 kilos. Ian's on deck, Phil's in the hole. These are our last two slots of Flight B and round 2.
All right. Flight B, second attempts are wrapping up. Just in like 2 lifters. After Peter. Very smooth. I can see another like maybe 10 kilo jump in that one. That moved pretty smooth.
I'd say fairly easily. We got Ian coming out here next.
He's on 265 kilos.
584 pounds. We're getting up to a big boy squat
We
here.
are. Who knows?
He's attempted big boy squats in the gym before.
We're going to attempt a big boy squat today.
I hope so. All right, let's go, Ian. Great pick there. That looked a little rushed for him, if I'm going to be completely frank. Still a good lift, but that looked rushed for him.
Have you ever competed in a meet before?
Yes. I believe so, actually. Good question.
And he's being handled today by the 4th strongest man in the world when it comes to powerlifting and the strongest man in Kansas or Missouri. Hailing from Texas.
Texas.
Lou.
Devontae.
Bill's going for 267.5 kilos here.
All right, come on, Bill. All right, hit that ceiling. Again, small hip dip on his right leg.
89 pounds.
2-to-1, good lift.
Here's on top next. He's going to start our third attempts at 38 pounds.
All right, this is
He got a red light because he had some foot movement.
some
After
foot
the start command
movement.
was given, it looks like. Irfan Ansari, 140 kilos on the bar. He missed this on his second attempt.
Coming back for his third. So we are starting third attempt squats here of our flight B.
Correct.
Moving through the day here.
Just cranking it out.
It's only 10:15.
I know.
We still have to move a mono off the platform, though, Brian.
Yes, that somebody will.
You're not volunteering for that one?
I am this new invention called the shortest here. And it makes carrying these things really annoying. Not quite. It looks like he might have cut depth a little bit.
308.
Oh, 2-to-1.
Judson's up next at 170 kilos.
All right, Judson Cole, 170 kilos on the bar. Down to the basement, off his heels. Judges say, green light, lights, this is good.
We need one of those like buttons for our live stream, Brian, where we go.
I am the button, just poke me in the nose. Well, no. All right, Kai Tran, 172.5 kilos on the bar. He actually missed 165 kilos on his second attempt. So interesting that he went 7.5 up. I can't remember if this was a depth issue.
right.
Physical therapy, serving our athletes over there by the dumbbell racks. Stop
This
by and
is
see
380
David.
pounds.
High turns up at 172.5 kilos.
Ooh. Favoring that left side pretty heavily. It looks like he might not have been properly centered on the bar. 2-to-1 though, good lift.
Marcus is up next at
All right.
182.5 kilos.
Excited that he got that one.
I wonder if Marcus is related to the Salt Morton company. Are you a Morton Salt person or are you a Diamond Crystal? I feel like you're a Diamond Crystal household.
Actually, we're a Morton Salt household.
What?
Ask Sydney. I don't buy the salt.
Sydney bakes way too much to be using Morton. Diamond Crystal.
I just live there.
Do you use Malden at least?
I don't know. For baking?
Flaky salt. To like sprinkle on top of things.
I don't know. I don't pay
I am
attention to what salt we
shocked
buy.
that you're not a Diamond Crystal household.
Take it up with the lady the boss who runs the place.
All right, 182.5 or 402 pounds for Marcus here.
So Marcus missed his first attempt on not waiting for the commands, but he got his second pretty handily. And he's sinking it to the
Come
floor.
on, stick ya.
That was the
What you had
grind.
to say here.
Free
Good
like this
lift.
is good.
I don't think it's an accident if anybody makes a lot of scones.
Joseph File up next, 185 kilos on the bar.
Good looking squat there. He really, Brian's face right now, he really does not like the open hands sort of thing. What's up? But you can't do
I
that
don't
sound.
care. I will let him go over the bar, darn it.
Pull coming up. Jacobs on deck. Zach's
There are no rules in the jungle.
We're in third attempts for flight B.
All right, we got Landon here, 435 pounds.
Landon Cole, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. Now this is good.
All right, Jacob here, 215 kilograms, 473 pounds. Wearing the Gym Reaper knee sleeves.
Representing. Wow, that looks actually easier than his second attempt.
Yeah, that moves. I will say, so
Zach's gonna be up next.
sometimes I feel like third attempts can move better than second attempts because you hype yourself up more, or you're higher energy, or I don't know, you hit the right hit of ammonia, or maybe you psych yourself too high up for your second attempt, so you calmed it back down for your third.
You get in that zone,
Into the auto zone.
perhaps.
We got Zach here, retaking his second attempt at 220 kilos. This is 485 pounds.
Zach's the lifter.
Wow, we have enough force into the bar there. We're making the mono rock forward a little bit.
Zach's got 220 on the bar, 485 pounds for his third attempt squat.
Really corkscrewing those legs before the pick.
Gets stuck
Not
in the
quite
long
there.
Yeah. He went down
Goes
and
1 for 3 on the squats,
maybe
and
got
Christopher comes up
a
next
half
at
inch out of
57.5
the.
kilos, and
Yeah.
501 pounds.
All right, we got Christopher Pierce coming up next. 501 pounds.
Oh. That's a good
State
squat
record
right there.
attempt.
I just noticed that one of our spotters actually has deadlift shoes on.
He always wears deadlift shoes.
For everything?
Yeah, Ross.
Respect. I respect that.
I don't know that he wears them all the time, but like, I mean, literally, you're just doing a bunch of body weight squats and/or body weight front-loaded squats. Like, you might be doing some extra. But I am 95% sure Ross always wears the deadlift shoes to spot and load.
All I'm picking is in an important business meeting wearing bright pink deadlift slippers.
Great looking third attempt there for Christopher. We'll see what the judges say here. 3 white lights. Lift is
Lift
good.
is good.
It's good at 501 pounds. Dalton Clark's up next. 230
All right, we got
kilos.
Dalton Clark coming up next. 230 kilos, 507 pounds.
Oh, good pick. Not quite there.
Oh, man, he
got-
really fought.
He did. It looked like he got caught right there at the very bottom. He tried
Yeah.
to push out.
2 for 3 on his squat.
You can see that effort starts to really
And he
kick in.
shifted forward a little bit with his
Correct.
thing. Yeah.
It's like what we saw happen on that second attempt right there. That shift forward just really kneecapped him.
Hands 3 out. Those
Peter Winkler
are-
up next.
These are our last 5 squatters of flight B, and then we'll go into our third flight.
You sit.
Last flight of squats with flight C.
Oh, interesting.
Good looking third attempt. 2 to 1. Good lift.
So it was weird. I was just noticing. See, I couldn't see his left wrist, but his right hand was like rolled really far back.
Really?
Yeah, very interesting.
Huh.
Again, nothing wrong with that. Just found it, again, pointing out interesting things that I see. So I'm like a bird watcher, but
Yeah.
for
A bird watcher, but for hands on.
hands watcher. I'm gonna watch these hands. Otherwise, I'm gonna catch these hands. All right, Aaron Boots, 250 kilos on the bar. He's getting settled in. Very
Wow, great
nice.
looking third attempt. A few kilos left in the tank for sure there. Good lift. 2 to 1.
Excited for that. He's got a breathe right nose strip on
He
to
does.
make sure he maximizes his oxygen consumption. Great job, Aaron. All right, Thomas, 250 kilos on the bar. Very quick on that one. Watching his hands to make sure his fingers don't get crushed. 2 to 1, not quite there. It's really good speed. Just needed to sink it a little bit lower.
Just needs a little bit more. All right, we got Ian coming out next. 272.5 pounds on that big boy 600-pound number there. Like I said.
And that's a true 600 pounds.
Yeah, it's a true 600 pounds. Apparently that was not rushed. This is how Ian squats, and I haven't paid that close attention to his meet prep for some reason. By the way, I was corrected by my husband Tyler, who frequently spots Ian. I'm still loving this singlet and knee sleeve combo here. Good looking pick. Okay, that was more controlled to me than the other one did.
Definitely
That
more
was a great looking pair. That was easy. Which you guys could not hear him say just now as he walked off. I love squatting.
Who doesn't?
Eh.
Fair. I mean, if I had my choice between all three lifts, I would choose squatting every day of the week.
Bench for me, but is that really a surprise? No.
No. And is it really a surprise that I don't like bench?
Brian, do you think you bench what I bench now?
Bill's
I mean,
over 600 as well.
yeah.
Was our last
Yeah.
squat.
I mean, I did 245 for a couple sets of 8.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, you're past me then. All right. All right. You're still strong bench boy.
I hope so. I hope so. I'm the littlest. I'm the littlest. Littlest boy now.
The littlest boy.
170 pounds. Really light
Wow.
guy.
You are just a little guy.
I could blow away in a breeze. William out here creating a breeze with his squat speed on the way up, though. That was actually faster for Bill.
Yeah, that was
than I remember his second attempt. All right, moving on to flight C, opening up with Pina Shoemaker. This is going to be the untested flight, I believe.
All right, we got Tina Schoonmaker coming out here. This is 45 kilograms. This is Tina's first meet today. She is Charlie's mom. She's done a ton of them.
All right, my lip gloss is popping now.
Your lip gloss is popping. Your lip gloss is good.
I mean, what you know about me?
All
Nothing.
right, this is 99 pounds here. Needs to squat deeper.
Yep, she's definitely got the strength. She's definitely got the technique. Just needs to be able to get down there a little bit deeper.
All right, we got Caleb coming out here next, 358 pounds.
Bars loaded for Caleb Lara.
All right, Caleb's also at a strong barbell club here, 358 pounds.
I want one of those. All right, so his rack height's just a little too high right now, so they're going to lower it by probably 1.
Good lift there for Caleb. All right, we got Adam Kellogg coming up next, 407 pounds.
Up next, 185 kilos on the bar for Adam. And then moving up to Justin with 200 kilos on the bar.
Justin's on deck. Dylan's in the hole. Dylan Greer, you're 3 out. Kate Proctor, cadet table.
Good lift there for Adam. All right, we got Justin here, 440 pounds. If I had to guess, Justin is, well, he's not using the mono, it looks like here, so. Justin is an experienced lifter out of Wichita, Kansas. Opening at 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Solid looking opener attempt there for Justin, and the lift is good. All right, we got Dylan Hawkins comes up next, 440 pounds. All right, bar is loaded here for Dylan. Very wide squat here. Using the monolift. See what the judges say here. 2-1. All right, we got Dylan Greer here. 485 pounds here for Dylan. Dylan is out of Iron Heaven. Competing in the junior division, 20 to 23. One thing Brian and I haven't talked about so far yet today is the difference in shoes that lifters will wear. You can't really see his shoes right now on the screen. However, he is wearing a lifted heeled shoe, and that allows lifters to get a little bit more range of motion from their Achilles and their ankles. It allows a little bit more forward travel of their knee over their toe, and helps some lifters hit depth a little bit easier that way. See what the judges say there for Dylan. Just a little bit high there. All right, we got Ryan Black coming out here. 501 pound opener. I think this might be Ryan's first full power meet. I feel like he's mostly done bench only meets. So kind of excited to see how Ryan does with a full meet here today. Looks like we're taking a high bar squat here. Easy looking open inner attempt there for Ryan. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, lift is good. All right, we got Richard Van Trump here. We got 245 kilos, 540 pounds. Very fast moving opener there. See what the judges say. Good lift. All right, we got Ben coming out here. 556 pounds on the bar. All right, moving those arms in, which means that he will probably pick the bar with his hands outside of the arms with a little bit of a wider squat grip. All the way to the basement there for Ben. 2-1. Right. We got Ethan Berkey coming up next. 600-pound squat here for his opening attempt. Bar is loaded here.
Let's get behind Ethan here.
All right, I am back from being pseudo MC.
272.5 kilos.
I'm much more suited to be behind one of these microphones where I can be as sassy as I would like, not on one going into a crowd to not distract the lifters.
Great
Ethan
looking
Berkey.
opener there.
Very clean squat from Ethan Berkey.
Oh, look at you know how to pronounce his last name now, Brian.
I do, because JP looked at me and said that was wrong.
All
Listen,
right.
You're up next.
I'm not the greatest at reading words. Dyslexia does not like words very much. And then the pronunciation sometimes gets a little weird, for English words specifically.
This is what is the beauty of a mono, being able to adjust from the tallest lifter of the flight to the shortest lifter of the flight.
All right, Tina up next. She missed his first attempt on depth, so she's running it back.
Here we go, Tina.
Again,
Let's get
strength
behind
and
here.
technique was there for sure.
Much
Wow.
deeper. Good
Waited
looking.
for commands
There
on
we
that
go.
There for Tina.
Very patient. 2-1. Good
Good
lift.
lift.
In fact, she even paused that one for dramatic effect. All right, Caleb up next. 175 kilos being loaded on the bar. 2 reds, a blue, and a 2.5.
75 kilos loaded on the bar. This is also a state record attempt. Again, after Caleb, we will have Adam, and then Justin Everly, and then Dylan Hawkins.
All right, we got Caleb coming out here. 175 kilograms.
Let's go, Caleb.
All right, so there will be a small pause between our last squat and our first bench because we have to reset the platform, getting the mono off, and getting a regular bench on.
Good looking lift there. 3 white lights.
3 white lights up is good. So one thing that you can't quite see, just because it's behind people's names, a lot of times our athletes are going to be checked for equipment if they're setting a state or a national record. They're looking for supportive equipment, equipment that doesn't meet specifications. There was an incident at a high-level meet a few years ago, actually,
Really?
where somebody was caught using a bench shirt
Underneath there.
underneath everything, and then somebody else was caught using knee wraps underneath their knee sleeves.
I've heard tennis balls underneath the knee wraps.
That one's like the most, like, how can you hide that one?
I don't know how you hide that, especially because they probably bounce out. I think I've heard of tennis balls underneath knee sleeves as well.
Ridiculous.
Good looking second attempt.
3-1, 3-0, good lift. There was no one.
All right, we got Justin Everly coming out next. 250 kilos, 473 pounds.
Justin Everly,
He's in the men's raw untested.
215 kilos.
Let's go, Justin.
Correct. I believe he's out of Wichita. Okay. So a little bit of a drive today. He weighed in yesterday. He did the evening weigh-in because he didn't want to wake up early in the morning to drive here. And he also just wanted to eat into his weight class. Very good looking squat on that. Good second attempt. I'd probably say his next attempt is going to be closer to 220 kilos. Like a 10 pound, like
Next we'll have
that was 215.
Dylan up at the same weight. 215 kilos. After Dylan, we've got Dylan Greer.
Maybe a little bit more.
And then Richard Van Trump.
We'll see. I have faith. I think you could actually have like 7.5 to a 10 kilo jump maybe. But again, it also, some lifters go from hero to zero with a 1 kilo jump. That might be the most equipped looking squat that I've ever seen from a raw person. Because that was wide. That was very methodical on the way down, like almost like he was trying to, again, yeah, which, again, very interesting. Like, there are small things about that that made it look like he's lifted in a suit before.
Bar is loaded. Let's go, Dylan.
Dylan's coming out here with 523 pounds.
Untested junior division, 20 to 23.
So one thing that I haven't specifically mentioned, I don't know if you have, Christy, is when we get to bench, all of our lifters will be benching with very similar equipment, wrist straps, potentially a belt, shoes. You're not allowed to use elbow sleeves. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is when you see lifters today wearing knee wraps, that is the only differentiator between a raw meet and a wrap meet is literally just for squat.
Correct. What we haven't talked about is the different type of knee sleeves that we have. That's 2-to-1 good lift there. So Dylan has a traditional SBD knee sleeve that's been around for a long time. It's I would call them a Gen 1 sort of knee sleeve. People used to buy like a couple sizes down for meet day, but it didn't really, it was still a very flexible neoprene. Where nowadays you see a Gen 2 knee sleeve, which can almost provide as much support as like a knee wrap can, actually. So, in fact, speaking of, you have a Gen 2 knee sleeve here on Ryan. You got the first ones, Inzer.
So there were actually other attempts before this to try to revolutionize knee sleeves. Some of them were approved, some of them weren't approved. Inzer was one of the first to change their chemical makeup on the neoprene, keeping it within the thickness specifications. And every specification, they just changed how it was like designed basically at a base level. Before that, you had other brands, depending on the federation that you were in, they actually tried different stitching techniques to get you a better rebound out of it. Or they tried denim as a material.
Which is another thing with the SPD that was a little bit different, was the stitching technique.
Yep. And so brands have always been trying to innovate on knee sleeves, but this was the first one where a company said, oh, we can actually charge a little bit more for these, because the neoprene had already been around, but people didn't want to use it because it was more expensive.
Yeah.
And so now that people started to justify it, that's why we've seen the cost of knee sleeves. When I was buying mine, and again, we can talk inflation, all that. When I bought mine, it was like $45 for a set of knee sleeves. That like a new second-gen pair now is $100.
Yeah.
$20.
Right.
And people are paying premium for them. However, one thing that I have noticed, at least from my observations, and just talking to a few people, Gen 2 knee sleeves don't tend to last quite as long.
No, they like bust at the seam.
And again, it's because the density of the neoprene is a little bit different.
I do personally think you do get a few more kilos, though, out of a Gen 2.
Do.
Yeah.
The Gen 2, I mean, if you can have a video of where somebody grabs a 20-kilo, like a 25-kilo plate and set it on a knee sleeve. Yeah, you can stack them on top, yeah. If you can set it and there's no bend, I'm sorry.
Wild.
If you're not giving it anything, if you can put that on and the knee sleeve doesn't move, I don't care if it's 1 kilo or 20 kilos, you are getting something out of them. Like, something is coming out of those knee sleeves, and you can no longer say they're just there to keep my knees warm. They are adding pounds.
They are definitely adding pounds to the bar. Very deep squat there.
And the other way that you can know it's adding pounds to your bar is that the high-level lifters switch to these more expensive knee sleeves. You've noticed that they stick with them instead of being like, oh, I like this set of knee sleeves from the past.
Right.
The people at the higher international level wouldn't change something if it didn't help their total.
100%.
In at least a minor way. Because again, I wouldn't, if with me not competing, I haven't bought knee sleeves in 4 or 5 years.
Almost 630 pounds. Let's go, Ethan.
I don't even wear knee sleeves for the most part anymore. All right, we got Ethan Berge coming out here, 285 kilograms, 628 pounds.
Good pick. I like how he's matched from nose to toes.
Yes.
Very methodical on the way down with that squat. 2 to 1. Good lift.
Good lift.
All right. Tina.
You're going to be rolling back around to Tina Shoemaker.
Good save there by Sam.
Going to be taking the bar up to 132.
All right. Tina going with 60 kilos on the bar, or 60 kilos on her back. Good 15-kilo jump, and hopefully she pauses it again just to show off, because that
Just
was
to
really
show
fun
off.
to see.
Let's go, Tina. Let's get behind her here.
All right, let's go, Tina. 60 kilos on the bar
There you
here.
go, big squat.
132 pounds.
All right, she's settling in. Again, strength is there. Almost jumped that start command.
2 to 1 there. She's going to come over and check and see what she can do to fix that the next time. Next up, we'll have
Caleb up next with 187.5 kilos on the bar.
Oh. All right, Caleb coming out here. He's got some yellow squat shoes on here. So we did talk about squat shoes a little bit and how a heeled shoe helps lifters. These tier squat shoes actually have a wider toe box as well, so people can still spread their toes whenever they squat.
I believe Tier was actually one of the first mainstream shoes to provide a wider toe box for
100%.
powerlifters. I'm not
2
going
to
to
1.
speak to Olympic weightlifting shoes specifically because some of them do have a higher heel than what some
Correct.
powerlifting federations allow. However, Tier was one of the first major brands to provide a wider toe, and I believe that's because they partnered with
Squat University.
Squat University, who was originally based out of Kansas City,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
moved to St. Louis.
125 kg.
But you will also see lifters wearing a flat shoe.
Like Adam over
Like
here with
Adam
a
over here.
Converse.
Yeah.
That's what we call a Segway.
And so you see a lot of people wearing a flat shoe.
Go, Adam.
Just because that's what they prefer to squat. They like being closer to the ground. They don't need that extra heel to lift. Some people feel a little bit more grounded, like myself. If I could squat barefoot, I definitely would. But you'll also see a little bit, so
Beautiful looking squat there. Very
the Converse shoe or a Chuck is a little bit more old school. You'll see people wearing Chucks and Vans, but you also see people wearing shoes like Notorious Slips,
Yep.
which are basically a slipper with Velcro straps on them.
I have seen it meet the Vibrant Pro shoes.
bar loaded to 485 pounds for him.
So there is a meet this weekend in Florida that is an RPS meet, and RPS you can squat barefoot, like completely barefoot, no
Absolutely
socks.
not. Absolutely not.
So Dylan does have the Notorious lifts. You can't see them right now, but you might be able to see them when he walks away. And I do believe Sam has the Barefoot brand shoes, the back spotter. Sam basically lives in those shoes.
I wouldn't be shocked if Dylan over here had learned to squat from somebody who has been in multiply.
100%.
There was some
100%.
telltale signs, like how he's practicing his brace, filling up his stomach, very indicative of like trying to like fill in your suit a little bit more to get a little bit more out of it.
Yeah.
There were just a few small movements in there that, if he's never
He
done it
looks
before,
like he's watched a lot of West Side Barbell videos to prepare for the
with
meet.
Louis
Yes.
just sitting there yelling at him through the screen.
All right, we got Justin here with his third attempt squat. 490 pounds here.
Let's go, Justin.
All right. Nice and patient.
Drive through it. Ah, not
Oh,
quite
man.
there.
Just not quite there. Good catch by spotters and loaders.
You know what? That's a third attempt to fourth.
Exactly. Testing the limit.
Pushing the boundaries.
Pushing the boundaries.
Oh. Emotional boundaries, physical boundaries. Sometimes you cry when you get done with the squat. I definitely never have. In public. I mean, there was a time last year when I did 31 in a row squats at 225, and it gave me a migraine that lasted a week.
Fun.
I cried.
I bet you'll do that again.
Definitely at some point I will be stupid enough to try that again. Maybe I've gotten wiser.
Maybe.
Maybe. Probably not.
All right, we got Dylan Greer coming out here.
Let's get behind Dylan Greer here.
This is 551 pounds.
Big squat here, Dylan.
Wow, what a great looking third attempt there. See what the judges say.
Three wide. Let's go.
All right. Excitement.
Yeah, nice and patiently waiting for those lights to show up on the screen there. All right, we got Ryan Black coming out here. 551 pounds here for Ryan.
Let's go, Ryan.
That was a fast third attempt there.
Very fast third attempt. So one thing to kind of notice is if
2
you
to
don't
1.
set yourself up almost perfectly on that bar,
Yeah.
sometimes you can get a little bit of an angle, and that's actually really detrimental on a
Yeah,
monolift.
nobody should be good morning
Well, not just that, but if you look at Ryan's squat there, his right side was actually lower than his left side, so he lever armed it. So when they pull out the bar, like when they
It
pull
caught
out
just a tiny little bit, yeah.
Again, it didn't affect his squat, but those are the small things that can make a difference.
100%. I've seen that tiny little catch ruin people's squats
Let's go, Richard. Let's get behind him.
a few too many times, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right, 265 kilos here for Richard. This is
I would rather
584 pounds.
I would rather be one setting too low than one setting too high.
100%.
Wow. Richard squatting like it's speedy out here. 2 to 1, good lift.
Next lifter up will be Ben Tipton.
All right, we got Ben Tempton coming up next, 600 pounds.
Crossing that big 6-0 marker.
35 to 39, 125 kilo, and also an open division, 125 kilo. And I don't know if y'all know this, but 600 pounds is heavy. That's a lot of weight on your back.
Big brace there.
Oh,
Good
not
catch
quite.
there.
So one thing that I think happened on that is he started to roll forward just a little bit. He shifted forward and his hip shot up. He did try to correct it, but at that point he had already lost positioning on the bar. You know, he's got to come back and try to get into the next meet.
It's going to bring us back around to Ethan at 639 pounds. This is also a state record attempt here.
All right, Ethan Berge's coming out next. 290 kilos, 639 pounds.
Anyone trying to follow along with the meet, just as a general reminder, can go to liftingcast.com and look up Only the Strong. You'll be able to see if a lifter has gone. If you click on Liftingcast and go to Only the Strong meet. And you can follow along closely there. So this will be the last squat of the day for Ethan. Very nice. Very, very nice. 3 white lights, lift is good.
Good lift.
All right, we're going to be transitioning over to bench, so please be patient with us. Before we get started, we'll kick up another rule, like commonly missed errors. On bench, we'll talk about that as well.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you guys here in a few minutes. All right, so before we dive into bench attempts, let's talk about some commonly missed rules. First is, happens to everybody, timing out on commands. Basically, again, you always have 1 minute to get the bar moving. If you're outside of that minute, you're in trouble. Next, probably one of the most common is not pausing on your chest, which is a command. Now, there's not a set time limit. It is up to the judge to give you the press command. And when that happens, you can press it up. If you jump it, you're not going to get the lift. One of our favorites to comment about is the butt foul. Partially because the word is funny, but partially because it's something that a lot of people don't realize happens when you implement a ton of leg drive into your bench. Basically, when you press into the ground, your rear end creates separation between itself and the bench, and that is cause for a no lift. And much like on squat, if your feet move after the start command, but before the rack command, you will also get a no lift. That means that there's no shuffling, no shaking. You are allowed to drive your heels into the ground, but they cannot move forward and backward or side to side. And as always, if you're not listening to commands, you need to listen and make sure that everything is done right. So we will be starting off today with Isabel Duff on squat, followed by Sarah Cole and Layla Garcia.
Spotters and loaders to the front, reps to the front.
All right, Isabel Duff up with 30 kilos on the bar. Blue lights lift is good.
Kalen's in the hole, Avery Sria.
All right, bar is loaded for Sarah Cole.
All right, we got Layla Garcia here. 47.5 kilos, 104 pounds.
Good grind on that bench. 47.5 kilos was a good bench.
Jalen's up next with 110 on the bar.
All right, we got Shaylin here next.
Taylor Mark, 50 kilos on the bar. White lights lift is good. Bar is loaded for Avery Huber. 57.5 kilos on the bar, 126.77 pounds.
Great looking opening attempt there for Avery.
Smooth.
You're in the hole.
All right, we got Emily Cole up next here. 132 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Emily Cole at 60 kilos.
All right, we got Leslie Mathis-Meyer next. 132 pounds.
Kilos here for Leslie. Molly, you're on deck. Liz, you're in the hole. Haley, you're 3 up.
Prior to this, there was just a slight rule clarification to see why the center judge threw the red light. And it was actually, the lifter was correct. She was able to reattempt her start before she received the start command.
Some of the things that can disqualify your bench press is just like the other lifts.
And so there was just some clarification amongst the refs just to double check that everything was on par with everything here. So we got Molly here, 132 pounds here for Molly.
They can have their lower back off of it, but not their butt. The side referees are looking from the side, and if they see
So, Christy, I did already go over the most commonly red-lighted thing.
So you went over the booty foul?
I went over the booty
Okay,
foul.
good to know.
Our favorite one to say, actually.
It is your favorite one to
I don't
say.
know why. It's just a fun, like, alliteration.
I mean, booty's a fun word to say, so.
I mean, it's my nickname to my wife. Just threw that to her chest.
Yeah, but then she threw it off her chest too. So
For Molly.
good lift there for
Consistent
Molly.
speed all the way around.
Molly's sporting the bubble braid today. No, first. All right, 148 pounds here for Liz.
67.5 kilos for Liz Peckus. It's 148 pounds.
Very
Great
slow and controlled to her chest. Yeah, that was a great looking opening attempt there for Liz.
Good lift for Liz
All right,
Peckus.
running it back
Same weight
for
on the
Haley.
bar
Same weight on the bar. And it'll also be the same weight on the bar for Olivia.
All right, we got Haley coming out here. Haley's opening at 148 pounds. So look at opening attempt there for Haley, 2-1.
67.5 kilos.
That could be a booty, could be I don't know.
There's a rack in our way, so we can't see feet.
We got Olivia coming out here next. She is attempting 148 pounds for her opening attempt.
Very wide zip on that.
But she's got long arms.
She's got really long arms. It's just,
Great looking opener there.
again, it's so wide and yet you're still having to move so far. She is all in.
That'll bring up Riley. Matthews on deck. Dylan's in the hole.
All right, we got Riley coming out here next. We got 3 more first attempts for Flight A bench press here. 159 pounds.
Very smooth on that one for Riley.
Good lift for Riley.
Matthew Vasquez up next, followed by Dylan Eccles and Isabel Duff to restart our attempts. All right, Matthew Vasquez is a junior lifter, 16 to 17-year age range, opening up at 72.5 kilos on the bar, so a little over his body weight, just by, a couple kilos. Good leg drive.
No lift on that one.
Oh. Looks like his rear end came off the bench. Just a little bit. Dylan Eccles, 97.5 kilos on the bar. All right.
All right,
2-1,
good
good
lift.
lift.
Good lift for
Now
Dylan.
moving back to the start of our bench flights. We're doing second attempts, starting with Isabel Duff at 32.5 kilos. Now they did change the bar out. So on squats, we're using a 55-pound bar or a 25 kilo bar for those of you who aren't
As we start
using freedom
round two,
units.
Isabel's going to lead us off. Sarah's on deck. Layla's
This
on
bar
deck.
is
Shayla's
a
3 out.
20
Emily
kilo
4,
bar or
Molly
roughly
5.
a 44-pound bar.
Same colors though.
Same collars, yeah. It'd be really weird if we had to change out the collars too. I'd be super annoyed with that one.
Could you imagine?
Like different types of colors for all of your lifts.
Hmm.
All right. 2.5 kilo jump. Great job.
Good lift for Isabel.
All right.
Sarah's our
Moving
next
on to
lifter. Layla's
Sarah
on deck.
Cole.
Shayla's in the hole.
45
Emily 3 out.
kilos on the bar. 5 kilo jump between her first and her second.
Sarah Cole at 99 pounds. Good lift. Layla's up next. Shaylin's on
All right, we
deck.
got Layla
Layla's in
coming
the
up next.
hole.
110
Molly, you're
pounds
3
for her
out.
second
Avery,
attempt
4.
bench press.
I can see the last one. Come on, fight through it. Good lift on that one by Shaylin Marr.
Shaylin's
right,
up
next
at
up
52
is
and a half
Shaylin.
kilos, 115-ish pounds. Emily's on deck. Molly's in the hole. Avery's 3 out. Leslie's 4 out.
All right, we got Shaylin coming up next here, 115 pounds.
Very nice bench attempt there by Shaylin.
Good lift for Shaylin.
All right, we got Emily coming out here next. 137 pounds on the bar.
Tough second attempt for Emily Cole. She'll have one more chance to improve that. Molly's up next. Avery, you're on deck. Leslie, you're in the hole. Haley, you're 3 out. Olivia, you're 4
All right,
out.
we got Molly coming out here
We've
next,
got
137
Brandon
pounds.
SCC gear up there. We've got Real Tree hoodies, maroon crew necks, army green crew necks, sweatpants. We've got some hats up there. We've got a few extra meat shirts. I think we have about 8 of those up there.
Nice patient waiting for that start command there. Very soft touch to the chest. Very
Incredibly
clean
soft.
looking. Yeah, very clean looking second
Probably
attempt
does a
there.
lot of t-shirt press to practice.
Very
her
well
pauses.
practiced.
Yeah.
Very well practiced.
Good control, weighted, and she's got the bubble braids. A Christy special,
What?
the bubble braid.
The bubble braid, yes.
That's also another fun one to say.
Bubble braid.
Bubble braid. Bubble braid on bench press.
All right, we got Avery Huber coming out here. 65 kilograms,
kilos on the bar here.
143 pounds.
43 pounds.
So one thing that is a little bit different with this federation compared to other federations is the lifters are able to have their heels up
Correct.
on the bench press, whereas some federations you have to have your feet
Heels.
flat.
Correct. So, like I talked a little bit about before everything started, you can drive those heels into the ground. Your feet can move down towards the ground, but they cannot move
Forward or
side to
sideways.
side. Correct. You can only go down. You can't come off the ground. You can't go forward and back, but you can drive your heels into the ground on the bench press attempt, and that does not technically count against you.
Correct.
All right, Leslie missed her first attempt on 60 kilos, jumped up 5 kilos.
Two to one, no lift.
We got one more chance at that.
So some things that lifters do that actually accentuate
Haley's up.
your rear end coming off the bench.
Olivia's not bad.
There are some.
Oh, we're getting
lifters-
ready to talk about chalk, aren't we, Brian?
Yes, we are.
And how you probably shouldn't put chalk somewhere.
You shouldn't put chalk between two black surfaces. You shouldn't put bright
No.
white chalk,
You can definitely chalk your upper back to keep you
Yeah,
from
correct.
sliding on the bench.
but don't do it between your butt, which is most likely a black singlet, and the bench, which is
That's
almost
the
always a
benefit of the
black.
black singlet, don't you know?
Yeah, it creates a little bit of. But the
It's
second they see
darkness.
chalk, oh no, you've made it obvious. Good job, Haley. I believe Haley trains out of FBC as well.
Record for Haley.
Just getting a state record.
Olivia's
All right, we got
up.
Olivia coming out here next. 72.5 kilos.
Matthew, you're on deck. Liz, you're in the hole.
A
Riley,
5
you're
kilo
through.
increase from her opening attempt. This is 159 pounds. So you can actually see the fact that Olivia's heels are up. You can almost see her heel
Very
at the
up.
bottom of the screen there.
You can almost read the sole of her shoe.
Very pretty bench there. And judge thought so too.
Olivia. Matthew's up
Although I will
next.
say,
On the bar.
the judges don't consider this a beauty contest. It doesn't matter if your lift looks pretty. As long as it follows the rules, that's what matters.
We should give out an award for prettiest lift.
Oh, yeah, I love that
That would
award.
be a great award.
Yeah.
Or hardest longest grind.
Woo.
One person's entire job is just time.
Best
how long-
dressed.
Ooh. Yeah, but we're not the RPS. We can't wear face paint.
Oh.
All right, missed this on his first due to a foul, I believe. But,
But
gets
much
it on this
better. There
one.
we go.
Corrected the issue. All right. Liz, 75 kilos on the bar.
All right, bar is loaded here for Liz. 165 pounds.
Benching her body weight. Big milestone for a lot of people is getting their first body weight bench. It's really awesome to see that happen in meets as well. I know this is not her first attempt at 75 kilos, but
Liz is up.
It's a great
She's
bench.
75 kilos. It's 165 pounds.
Solid second there.
Good lift.
Good lift there. Plenty of room for growth on the third. I will say one thing that's funny about bench is your second attempt can move like that, and then your third attempt you just get smacked by a brick wall.
yes, that feather makes a difference.
It can. It certainly can. I also feel like you fatigue a little bit faster on bench too. Just because the muscle groups you're using for the most part are smaller, although My glutes are sometimes sore if I bench a lot, and my hamstrings or my quads can be sore too. Really narrow grip there.
Oh, yeah. Again, that's one thing that people I think underestimate about bench is they see you laying down and they're like, oh, it's not a full body lift. When in reality,
It's
it
more of a
is.
whole body lift than the other lifts are, really. Tricep, quad, glute, chest.
I'd say
Flat.
deadlift is up there as well.
Close,
Trap,
but not
lat,
quite.
erectors, quads,
Forearms.
abs, forearms. You're not really using forearms that much in bench.
I don't know. I disagree.
My forearms have never been sore after a bench.
No, but you need your wrists and your forearms to be strong so that way your wrists don't torque back and you can keep them stacked.
Grinding on this one.
Oh.
Dylan. Not
Nope.
quite there. Almost made it up. A little bit more tricep work.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about that, then you could also say that you need good shoulder mobility and wrist flexion. So you're using shoulders and wrists.
Oh,
for
100%.
squat.
My wrists are sore after I squat sometimes.
Again, I don't know. It just comes down. We're also
Semantics
biased.
here. Semantics here,
We're also
Brian.
biased towards our favorite lifts as well. Me,
That's fair.
I just don't like bench.
Oh,
If we
see,
could
and I
eliminate
lo-
bench and do overhead press, I'd have a great
Oh,
total.
gross. Absolutely not.
225 overhead press, I could do it. Train that military seated press.
No. Go do the federation that does curls. All right, this is Isabel here, 35 kilos on the bar, 77 pounds. We are on our third attempts here.
Ooh. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one. It looks like there might have been a little up and down motion right at the very start, right when she pressed it.
Yeah, no lift
Yep.
there.
Strength was there. Just needed to kind of wait for the press command. The strength was definitely there.
Right,
But she
right.
jumped it and then came back down as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of up and down there.
There
so.
could have been,
You can call that a gym PR, though.
definitely a
If
gym
it's a
PR.
PPR.
We are in a gym.
We are in a gym. All right, Sarah Cole coming out here, 104 pounds on the bar.
Now, one thing that we haven't talked about, and I don't know if we'll see it today, is the bulldog grip on bench press.
We might see that a little bit later.
As we get a
yeah,
little bit, yeah.
into the different fights, but
Bulldog grip is where you wrap your thumb on the where all of your fingers and your thumb are all on the same side of the bar. Can't call it by the name that you should call it by, because this is YouTube, and you can't say those words on YouTube without being in trouble. Don't you just love censorship?
yes, yes.
Now, don't get me wrong, I use that grip.
Why?
Not a true one, but like if I'm doing a Smith machine work,
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
like if I'm doing Smith machine, I have to do it just because it's not comfortable to try to roll my wrist
Yeah,
back the
no,
right way.
yeah.
But I have started to do like a T, like a parallel grip.
Okay.
Again, I don't recommend it.
Oh,
Not quite there.
darn, just
I
not
don't-
quite there.
I don't recommend that grip for anybody. In
Yeah.
fact, only do it if you have face savers and a spotter. Just like you should only do bench when you have some kind of safety net in case the bar, in
Right,
case your wrist spasms
right.
and the bar rolls out of your hand. Because I have felt a wrist spasm while I was benching. And
Ouch.
you can't see it, but I went from bench position to rolled forward and I had to roll it back. And I died. I was scared.
Oh,
It was only like 225. So I was able
that's
to
still
wrestle
a lot
back.
of weight over your face.
It would have hurt a lot, probably
Yeah.
very much a lot.
Yeah. All right, Shaylin here. This is 121 pounds.
121 pounds in the bar here for Shaylin Marr. Third attempt bench press. Emily, you're on deck. Leslie, you're in the hole.
Gonna try to push through it. Oh, not quite there. So one thing that lifters will try to do as the bar comes off of their chest is to flare their elbows to try to help transition through certain sticking points. If you flare your elbows too early, you have locked yourself in, and it's going to be a lot harder to correct for that. Emily Cole, 62.5 kilos on the bar. 3 white lights lift is good for Emily Cole. Leslie missed her first 2 attempts. She needs this to stay in the game.
Not on her second. We love that. Leslie.
All right, we got Leslie up here.
And again, Leslie missed her first 2 attempts, so she does need this to stay
Do you remember why?
I think it was a booty foul.
Okay. Based on her foot placement, that adds up.
Now, let's say that you
There we
have
go.
a booty
Good
foul.
lift.
Let's say that you have a booty foul, Christy, and your name is Christy. If I
Yes.
remember the story correctly, and you miss 2 because your rear comes off the bench, which has never happened to you before, how would you correct that?
I basically Larson press it.
Meaning you took leg dive completely out of the equation.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Great solution if you're strong
And I
enough to
also
do it.
took my opener all 3 of those times. That never went up because I'm smart.
Yes. We call that being in the game a while. Unless, of course, you're somebody who's missing. If you've never had a meet before, and you're young, and you decide to take an attempt, and you miss it on commands, and you decide to jump 20 pounds, and then you miss the second one on strength, and then
Downward
you,
motion there for Molly, so not there.
You cry. You cry a little bit.
Haley, you're on deck. Liz, you're in the hole.
All right,
Olivia,
Avery
you're
Hubert,
free.
70 kilos on the bar. All right, come on, fight through it.
Solid grind there for Avery. No
Not
lift, though.
quite there. So the bar can stop in place, but the bar can never come
It
down.
can never
and it
come
can't
back
waver.
down after you've started to go back up.
The bar that could have been there, but you definitely jumped a rack in there.
Yep. And that's the other thing is, doesn't matter. It's just like if you are in a car and pulled over by the police. Only do one illegal thing at a time. Okay? You can have deniability on one thing, but if you screw up 2 things, it's undeniable.
It's undeniable.
That's why if you're ever, speeding, always wear your seatbelt.
Lovely bench from Haley Bolton.
Ah. All right, 2.5 kilo jump between her second and her third. So, I haven't.
Oh, not quite there.
So one thing that Christy and I haven't done is the true math as to how many white lights you need to complete the day.
So
So, you only need 1 lift out of each lift. So you only need 1 attempt to be successful.
And out of 9, that's 33%.
And then, to get a successful attempt, you only need 2 of the 3 lights.
Which means that there are 9 attempts times 3 lights per attempt. You're sitting at 27. You only need 6 out of 27 lights to have a total on the day. Now, for those of you
All
who
right, let's
are
go,
not math
Olivia.
buffs,
Wow, that
Really
was
smooth.
nice.
Yep.
Great looking third attempt there.
Good lift.
You only need 22% of your lights to have a total for the day. 22.
22%.
Riley
All right,
Rash
bar
is up
is
next.
loaded for Riley Rash. 2.5 kilo jump for Riley here. Now, one common mistake that people will make during training for a meet, especially here at Strong Barbell Club, is instead of chalking their back, they will chalk the bench. And that is not the best decision in the world.
As long as you clean it off. It's
So-
better than using a cooking mat,
Riley started quick.
which you do see a lot here,
Yeah.
actually.
Or band.
Press.
Somebody grabbing a band.
Oh, you don't see that here at all.
Allen is on deck.
Especially now that Amazon
now.
Basics has a silpat. Silpat's the technical word for those that don't know. It's actually a non-stick cooking surface.
My
But
wife
peop-
has 12 of them.
Does she have the actual Silpat brand? Because those are legit. I have a couple of those that I made fruit leather on this summer, and those like just peeled right off. It was beautiful.
We have
It
the
was amazing.
knockoffs. We have the
No.
Amazon special because
Yeah.
that was back when we were really broke.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I bought these this last summer.
Dang, girl.
Yeah, no. That fruit leather just peeled right off. It was beautiful.
Oh, not
Definitely
gonna be there.
not there for Matthew today. That's all
So-
right, though.
There were two things that he would have been called. One thing that he would have been called on if he had gotten it. It was hip heaving, basically his rear shot off the bench,
Yeah.
hardcore. Now, one thing that we also haven't talked about is heaving the bench, where you after you get the start command, sinking it and trying to press back up.
We'll see maybe with our bigger lifters in the third flight. Probably a little bit more sinking, which
Is allowed.
is allowed, but that's where you do tend to see some heaving-ish type things
Correct.
as
And
a potential.
they'll sink it into their chest, and then they'll wait, and they'll sink it a little bit more and try to get a little
Yeah.
bit more rebound out of it.
It's like pushing the boundaries of the rules. We got Dylan here attempting 102.5 kilograms. This is 225 pounds.
That was a pretty decent sink on that one.
See what the
Felt
judges
like
say,
the
though.
press command could have been might have been a little
No.
early.
Yeah, so his hips came off the bench there.
No lifts on that one.
Joseph Pyle up next. 80 kilos on the bar, starting off light B, first attempts.
Here we go. All right. Nice narrow grip there for Joseph. All right, we got Judson Cole coming up here next. 95 kilograms, 209 pounds.
You're fine. You're free up. Just so you guys know, our next powerlifting event here at Strong Barbell Club will be on January 31st. The USAPL Kansas State Championships will be here on January 31st. Good lift for Judson. After that event, our next event will be on April 25th. It's our Kansas City Strongest Man and Woman event. It's a strongman event. We'll be outside doing all the fun stuff with the logs and throwing sandbags and.
All right, we got Kai coming out here next. 214 pounds.
If you guys are familiar with the sport of strongman, they lift the big concrete balls. We've got those outside from 60 to 450 pounds. And we got a full set of cakes too.
Looks like Kai jumped the rack command just now. See the yeah, no lift.
On that one for Kai.
Sounds like he's going to be retaking that for his second attempt. Moved fast, moved well, but just got to listen to instructions. He missed a couple of his squats for the same reason. So, Christopher Pierce here, 102.5 kilograms, 225 pounds. Good lift there for Christopher.
Irfan's up next. Marcus is on deck. Joseph's in the hole. Landon's 3 out. Zach is 4 out. Ian 5. Our next event after the strongman event in April will be the Special Olympics powerlifting meet for this area on May 9th. We usually have around 70 Special Olympians here for that from the Kansas City metro area mostly. If you have a friend or a family member that's a Special Olympian, please get in touch with your local office so they can compete in that. When we started hosting that event, the area Special Olympics meet had 3 lifters, and now it's at 73.
Super smooth from Marcus Morton. 3 white lights.
We'll probably see my grandma on the way back.
All right, Landon Colt, 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds.
Landon Cole, 275 on the bar. Lift is good.
275 pounds there. We got Zach coming out here next, 292 pounds.
Thomas, you're 4 out.
Getting some
Bill,
heavy
5.
benefits
Eric,
to start off
6.
the day right here.
We are.
292 pounds? That's like a Brian and a half.
A Brian and a half.
Brian and a half. Little Brian Hitch. Zach Milton.
Ian's up next. Dalton's
Not
on
quite
deck.
there.
Pete's in the hole. Thomas is
Ian
3
McGuire
out. Bill
up
4,
next,
Aaron
135 kilos on the ball. Ian McGuire, SBC zone. Ooh. 3 white lights. I thought I saw him set his hips right after he got the start
Well,
command.
okay, no.
Again, I might have misseen that. That is why I went, oh, and didn't say anything quite up.
Yeah, but you said it before he got the start command, actually.
I thought I saw I said, oh, I thought I saw his hips right after. Again, it was right in that moment, like the transition between where I thought I saw his hips move.
Your verbiage was before the start command started,
my
so.
bad.
All right, we got Dalton Clark coming out here, 135 kilos. This is 297 pounds.
Good job, Dalton. 3 white lights. Peter's up next. Thomas is on deck. Bill's in the hole. Aaron's 3 out.
Dalton Clark. Good attempt. Peter Winkler up next.
This is 308 pounds. We do have a couple of bench-only folks, I do believe. They might be both in Flight C, though. But we do have a couple of bench-only folks here today.
Good lift for Pete.
All right, we got Thomas here, 325 pounds.
So within powerlifting competitions, you are allowed. There are different
Thomas
types
is
that you can
opening
do
up here at
within.
325.
So there's subsets, right? You can either do a full
Bill's on
power
deck,
meet,
Aaron's
which
in
means
the
squat,
hole.
bench, deadlift. You can
Last
do a
3
push-pull
benches
competition,
of
which means you only
round
bench and deadlift, or you can do bench only. Again, I wish there was an option for squat and deadlift in eliminating the bench, because I would have done that. Oh, Thomas looks like he might have jumped the start command just a little bit right there. Might have been right on time, but might have been, yep.
Yeah,
Good
no.
lift on that one for Thomas.
He's got to be patient.
Bill's up next. He's got 336 on the bar.
All right, we got William coming out here next, 152.5 kilograms. This is 336 pounds.
336 on the bar for Bill Getford here.
Decided to be dramatic and stall in the middle.
A couple of our lifters, they've got called
So
for something, but
one
it's not a
thing
red
that
light
we have
right away. There
never,
are some
it
rule
is a little bit
violations
rarer,
warning.
that
Like,
we,
for
it's not a,
example, you wear your wrist
you know,
strap,
red
you're
light
supposed to have your thumb
is
around
having your thumb loop
You're supposed to take that
around
off.
your thumb.
And so if they have
And
that on, or
you
if
can't
they
have your
have
wrist
it
strap
on
touching the
clip-on or
bar.
something,
Correct.
if it's not
Correct.
something you
Again.
film with
But
the
you
lift,
do get a warning.
Correct. You get a warning.
If you're caught.
And if it happens the second time, then you get a red light.
Correct.
It's just like soccer, where the rules don't make any sense. Who knows what causes...
Aaron's up next at 100.
That
Red
extra
lights.
thumb support, you know?
347.
Some wrist straps, you don't even, like, I don't understand how people ever put their thumbs inside anyway. Like the SBD ones that are, like, super short, I don't quite get how
Because
people...
they've been,
Yeah,
their thumb's broken.
I'm not sure
Their thumb is
how
broken
they
in the
put
back
their
end.
thumbs in there anyway. All right, 192 pounds here.
For round 2.
for Joseph Pyle. We are starting our
If you
second
wanna check
attempt
out the
here.
board, if you want to check out our gym, if you're interested in coaching, we've got our gym here. We've also got a gym in Manhattan, Kansas now, owned by Patrick. Raise your hand, sir. So in Manhattan, Kansas, we've got strong barbell flex. Feel free to check it out. It's a lot like this gym, but way newer. Smells better too if I'm out there. But, you confirm that.
Good looking second attempt there for Joseph.
Good luck for Joseph.
All right, we got Kai coming out here, retaking his opening attempt as his second here. He just jumped the commands. He just needs to have some patience, ears open, and he should be good to go.
How's up next at 97.5 kilos? That's
Kai
214 pounds.
Tran.
Judson's on deck. Irfan, you're in the hole. Marcus, you're 3.
All right, we got Judson here. 100 kilograms, 220 pounds.
So he hasn't been around long enough. We got to spell it out.
Good lift there for Judson.
It's funny, but it is funny. Yeah.
Good lift for Judson. That's going to bring up Irfan.
All right, we got
Marcus
Irfan here,
Irfan.
105
Small,
kilograms.
Jacob's
This is 231 pounds.
try to keep you guys moving through the day here.
We need some wacky inflatable arm guys. To add some just vibes.
Irfan with 3 wet bites.
Good looking bench there for Irfan. We've got Marcus coming out here, 115 kilograms, 253 pounds.
Marcus is up at 115 kilos. That's 253 pounds.
All right, lift is loading for Marcus Morton. So sometimes we run into a few issues.
Good lift.
There we go, 3 white lights. Technology sometimes isn't always the best. We used to have light boxes that you just would flip a switch.
And
Red
before
or
that,
white.
you used thumbs or flags.
Yes. No matter what you did, you got the answer. And we still sometimes do thumbs if the technology
Yeah, but
fails
now the
us.
folks at home,
Can see.
yeah.
We didn't have live streams. Actually, SBC was one of the early adopters of live streams for local meets. I should know because I carried my tower everywhere.
All right. Good looking bench there for Christopher.
Jacob's up next. Landon's on deck. Zach is in the hole. Dalton, you're 3 out.
Thank you.
281 on the bar for Jacob.
All right, 281 pounds here for Jacob.
One thing that I haven't talked about yet today, Christy, and again, I've been running around back and forth like a chicken with my head cut off. Some lifters are getting handoffs and some aren't.
Correct.
And it really comes down to you as a lifter and what you prefer. Some people really thrive with a handoff, especially if it's somebody who's always been giving him handoffs. I am not somebody who likes handoffs. I like the leverage method a little bit more. I feel like a better, I feel more consistency with my bench starts when I leverage the bench off.
And see, I feel like if you take handoffs, then, like for me, it saves my elbows. Like, it just helps them not fatigue as much throughout the meet prep, especially. I don't get like that elbow tendonitis.
Interesting. Yeah, like I said, it really comes down to the person.
Right, 100%. But not all feds can you take a handoff from somebody you know either. So like in the IPF, USAPL, it's the same person giving handoffs throughout the entire meet. So then it's kind of like a dealer's choice sort of situation where like you kind of just get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
And you often don't get to practice with this person in the warm-up room.
You don't.
You don't know how to hand off until you get there.
Right.
And, you know.
You hope that they can listen to your instructions, that it's something that you kind of can anticipate, but sometimes you can't anticipate that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just hope for the best and leverage and go. And like I said, that's part of the reason why I do leveraging, is just because I couldn't depend on somebody consistently giving me a handoff.
Yeah.
And again, it didn't tear, like, self-handoffs didn't tear up my elbows. And so that's why I went with that method. But again, for you, it makes more sense to save your strength and your elbows for deeper in meet prep.
Oh, man, no.
Not quite there. Gonna come back on that third attempt and try again.
All right, we got Dalton Clark coming up next. 303 pounds on the bar.
Dalton Clark. 2 first names.
Dalton Clark.
Dalton Clark. That's a double first name, but it's a rarer double first name.
Yeah, Clark and Dalton both could be. I've heard Dalton is a last name too.
Correct. It's either you got 2 first names and 2 last names right here.
Right.
Like the Clarks from what is it? National Lampoon. No, that's Griswold. That's Griswold. Clark. Who am I thinking of? Clark.
Clark Griswold.
Oh, it is Clark Griswold.
Yep. We just watched that movie the other night. It's one of my. It's literally my favorite Christmas movie.
I have a confession to make.
You've never seen it?
Not all the way through.
Lame.
My dad didn't like National Lampoon other than.
2 to 1. Good list there for
Other
Dalton.
than Animal House. My go-to Christmas movie, my favorite one of all time, The Muppets Christmas Carol.
Oh, that one's a very good one. I do really
just
like that one.
Gonzo and Rizzo.
Yes, that is also a good one. We watch that one every year as well.
Just it's such a feel-good movie. I also got a throwback. They played Rudolph recently on TV.
Like the claymation?
Yeah, the best Rudolph, the only Rudolph that matters. We also have a traditional Christmas movie.
All right, 314 here for Ian on his second attempt.
So now, chalk on the rear end for Ian actually might make sense because he does have a light-colored singlet on the rear.
Right. It doesn't keep your booty stuck to the bench, though.
No, it doesn't.
Come on, there you go.
Very good.
Those triceps kicked in and made it snappier. Once those
chest, little weak off the chest, but that extension through the triceps is where he really shined. And that was a great look. But no, it's going to sound really, really, really dumb. But one Christmas movie that Sydney, me, and my mother-in-law all watch, his Violent Night with David Harbour every year. We watched it one year, and it was so over the top and ridiculous. We continued to watch it.
So we watch Santa Claus 1 and 2. We don't watch the rest of them. We watch, what's the Christmas movie with the musical Barry White? About snow and the ski lodge.
Oh, very fast. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights, that's just good.
I think he just missed a command on the first one.
Oh, I think so too. I think that sounds right.
Another good one is Love Hard on Netflix. Comedy. It's a Christmas rom-com.
Okay.
And it's not quite a Hallmark one.
Okay.
Sydney's favorite Christmas movie right now is Christmas in Santa Fe with Mario Lopez.
White Christmas is the movie I was thinking of. White Christmas we watch that every Christmas Eve. Have you seen White Christmas? Oh my goodness, Brian. It's so good. And it's even better, like the colors, you could tell that they had to like enhance it, but it gives it that old, like oldish like vibe sort of thing. White Christmas is so good.
Bill out here.
Oh,
Gets caught
not
right
quite.
off his chest. Let's see if he can come back and take that again.
That one for Bill. He's got one more chance to come back for it on his third. Peter's going to be up next.
Another good one.
Last 2 benches of round 2.
again, my wife and mother-in-law really enjoy Christmas rom-coms, so that's typically what we watch for weeks on end. There was one that popped up, brand new on Netflix, Christmas Heist or something. It was like Christmas.
Do they watch the Hallmark one? The
You're not
Chiefs
narrowing it
football
down.
one?
They watch all the Hallmark ones. If it's on streaming, they watch it.
That's funny.
You know what it's like to
Home
watch-
Alone. We watch Home Alone 1 and 2. I'm
Alone
actually
good?
building the Home Alone Lego house right now.
Ooh.
Yes.
All right, Peter gets his start command. Press.
Oh, that was easy.
Rise up.
That was a 20-kilo jump between his first and
Jeez.
second attempt.
I could see
That's a huge jump,
reasonable
yeah.
jump on that. Very reasonable.
I wonder why he opened at that.
We got
Actually,
Aaron
I
coming
just
up
discovered
now
something
with
this
162
past year
on the bar,
about a Christmas, something that I thought was a Christmas movie, but is not.
What?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's a Thanksgiving movie. The holiday that he's flying home for is Thanksgiving.
I don't know that I've ever seen that before.
She doesn't watch this season of the Bruce Bacon Show yet.
All right, good lift there for Aaron. All right, we got Joseph coming out here, 95 kilograms, 209 pounds. Oh, very good looking third there. Lots left in the tank there for Joseph.
You'll never know how it was to grow up and watch Christmas Story in pieces on TNT for 16 hours. You know?
All right, Kai coming out here, 102.5 kilograms, 225 pounds.
Highs are lifter, 102.5 kilos on the bar, 225, 226.
All right, good lift there for Kai.
That'd be great.
All right, we got Irfan here,
Dude, keep it
237 pounds. All right. See what the judges say here. Good lift.
You're fine. Good lift.
All right,
You're up by
Judson Cole, another
7
10-kilo jump between his second and his third.
Sorry, I'm a little shook over here. Amber just told me she hasn't started this
All right, we
season
got
with the British
Judson here,
Bake Off.
242 pounds.
It started with cake week, guys. That's great.
Nice and controlled to his chest. Nice and slow on the way up.
Very,
It's
very
something
good.
you'd expect for your third attempt. So
Again, doesn't need to
no
be fast.
sticky, no.
Just needs to, as
This
long
needs
as it
to
goes up.
happen, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got Marcus here, 120 kilos or 264 pounds.
Now I know that you can't see anything on the screen right now,
Oh,
but that is an SBC Realtree hoodie that is for sale online. Marcus Morton
Nice
out of
looking there,
SBCKC,
third.
waited for the command.
Yes. No, no.
120 kilos, 3 white lights, lift is
Good
good.
lift.
Now Marcus is actually coached by an SBC coach, Cade Proctor.
Cade Proctor. But you couldn't see him on the screen just now because he
Yeah.
was so camouflaged
I mean,
into
there are
the
pants up there, but nothing else.
right, just floating pants.
How do pants walk on their own? No one
Good
knows.
question. I don't know.
Maybe he's related to John Cena.
All right, we got Landon Cole coming out here. 130 kilograms on the bar, 286 pounds.
So while we are moving through these benches, we will have one more flight to go. Once that flight happens, we will be taking the rack off of the platform and then having a 5-minute intermission before we start deadlifts. Again, that won't be for like another 30 minutes, but just so you're aware, there will be a slight pause.
No lift on
Not
that.
quite
Good push
for
there by our
Landon.
spotters.
People that spot and load, people that help out at the table, referees.
Let's see if it just say, yeah, no. Downward motion. I think his hips came off the bench a little bit of all the above, probably.
But strength is there. That's what we call a gym PR.
Zach's our next lifter.
All right, we got Zach coming out here. 132.5 kilograms here again. 292 pounds.
Judge, and we've got one other level 2 national judge here. So we'd love to promote you if you want to be a part of the sport. The way that works is we do a couple-hour test on the rule book, and then we do a practical exam at a meet like this where you sit next to a national judge and judge 100 lifts together. And then if you pass that, then you become an official right there. 132.5 kilos on the bar for Zach Mutton. That's £291.
Really? Oh, that's how the hips come up just now. Man,
Not quite there.
still not there, but wouldn't have gotten it anyway because those hips definitely came off the bench. When you can see it from the front, you can see that they should, yeah.
And unfortunately, that means that will not be.
Because when you're on your
He will not
chest,
have a
you're
total
using
for the
mostly
day.
your chest and your shoulder
Unless
breathing.
he is
When you get
deadlift
towards the
only,
top of the bench, you use more
you have to have at
triceps.
least one of your
There's a
lifts
transition in what
to get
muscles
an
you're using
official
most.
total on the day.
And you
Correct.
stop locked right in that middle area.
Now, one thing that
Christopher's
might
in
have been
the
able to
here.
happen is if while he was warming up, he noticed it felt
135
heavy.
on the bar.
As long as
Change
you-
his opening
you can
attempt.
change your opener as long as it's, I believe, 4 to 5 minutes before the flight starts.
Put the hammer down on that
Good
press.
looking there for Christopher. We got Ian coming out here with his third attempt. 325 pounds.
All right, bar is loaded for Ian McGuire.
Nina, are you warmed up? Are you warmed up? All right, good.
All right, let's go, Ian. Oh, come on, stick with it, come on, come on. Come on! Oh, man, that
not-
right arm.
Gave out, so there were two things that kind of, there was a small downward motion at the very start after the press command,
Yeah.
which probably would have counted against him, but the second that he stalled out and that right arm officially came down, that transition point is just a stickler. All right, Bill Gepford, 157.5 kilos on the bar.
Another thing you're not allowed to do is lock out unevenly in this federation. In some federations you are, unless that rule's changed recently. I'm going to look it up.
I believe you have to have a relatively even lockout. Like if your left elbow locks out half a second before your right elbow, you're most likely not going to get a thread on that
But you
one.
can't lock out your left arm and then
Correct.
your right arm.
You can't have it halfway down, lock out one, and lock out the other one.
Thomas, Aaron, you're on deck. Peter, you're in the hole. These are our last 3 benches of Flight B.
Put that. Oh, not quite there.
Good catch by the spotters and loaders.
No lift
All
on that.
right.
Aaron's up next at
Aaron
155
Boots up
kilos.
next. 165 kilos on the bar. Let's go, Aaron. Not quite there for Aaron. Again, sometimes you
No
just
lift
hit a
on
wall
that
that you
for
can't
Aaron.
get
He's
past,
up next.
and that's okay. We'll get it next meet. Peter Winkler up next. 177.5 kilos on the bar. 17.5 kilo jump. Absolutely huge. The way that he put the hammer down on that first attempt was crazy. All right.
Honestly, it's not spelled out in the rule book at all.
I do appreciate the fact that somebody has me spot them on bench, and their bench is like starting at my belly button. They're like, spot me.
Good catch there.
No lift on that one for Peter. We've got
All right, we got Tina coming out next with her
Flight C to
opening
get
attempt.
started.
We
We've
are on
got
Flight
Tina,
C
Caleb,
opening bench
Steven,
press.
Adam, Justin, and Dylan leading the way.
Good looking opening attempt there for Tina.
We've got Caleb, and then Ethan Shaker, Adam Kellogg, and then Justin Edwards again.
All right, we got 90 kilograms on the bar here. 198 pounds here for Caleb. All right, 198 pound opening attempt here for Caleb. Good looking opener there for Caleb. All right, we got Steven coming out here next, 220 pounds. All right, we got Steven here, 220 pounds here for Steven, 100 kilograms. And the lift is waiting. Looks like we're having technical difficulties on our cell phones with the... Oh, three-way light lift is good. All right, we got Adam Kellogg here, 225 pounds. Solid looking right there.
So one thing that you might be noticing right now that was potentially a little bit harder to see on the other attempts is the judges are also giving hand commands. Now the reason why they're doing that is if somebody is hearing impaired, they need to be able to see the attempts. What happens then is the judge is already in the practice. They'll come over the face of the lifter and actually do the hand motions for... So if somebody's blind or like hard of hearing,
a lot of times you'll see refs come actually like right next to them and
they'll stand in front of them and they'll actually do the hand motion in front of their face. Again,
or they'll like
federation.
Come up next to their ear and tell them to at the same time. All right, we got Justin coming out here, 120 kilogram opener, 264 pounds. So I'll look at opening attempt there for Justin.
3 white lights for Justin Everly. It's going to bring us around to Dylan Hawkins on this bench number 1.
Justin,
all right, we
with
got
his handsome
Dylan
looking
here,
mustache.
264 pounds.
Also lifting in the men's raw untested open 90 kilo division.
Not yet.
Really fast off the chest on that one. 3 white lights, lift is good.
Next up, we'll have Ben Tipton, then Dylan Greer, and then Richard Van Chien.
All right, Ben Tipton here, 281 pounds.
For Ben Tipton, we're taking the bar at 281, 127.5 kilos. Bar
Bar is loaded. Platform is ready for Ben.
Bar is loaded for Ben Tipton. So this is the flight where we'll see some new faces on the platform because these will be bench-only athletes. Ben Tipton is not one, but BJ Cummins, aka William Cummins, is.
All right, Dylan Greer here, 150 kilograms, 281 pounds. Not
Dylan
281.
Greer, 150 kilos on the bar.
330 pounds.
That's more than I've ever benched, for sure.
What's your best bench? Okay. I like how it's for a double and not a single. I can't judge. No, I just think it's funny. Because Tyler's like the same way. He's attempted 402, I think. He's gotten it once. Never in a competition. But he's doubled like 390. I don't know how many times. And
It's super annoying.
yeah.
Easy looking opener there.
All right, 3 white lights for Dylan Greer. Richard Van Trump, 175 kilos on the bar, followed by Ethan Berge at 177.5 kilos.
Raw 90.
Then it'll be BJ Cummins at 190 kilos, and then Ryan Black closing out Flight C. First attempts.
They're both opening up with big benches, 190 and 200.
Yeah, we're getting some big benches today.
Big benches.
And I will say, BJ loves to bench.
He loves to
He
bench.
just loves benching. In fact, I'd say it's his favorite lift.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. Wow. So one thing that lifters are allowed to do. So your butt can't come
And
off
it
the
was
bench.
very drastic on him just
Correct.
now.
So your butt can't come off the bench, but you can lift your head up and down and press back in. Some lifters feel like that allows them to get a little bit more drive out of their bench press. So
I think
come
sometimes
down.
you can't help it either. Like you're just so tight that your neck just comes up a little bit with
Like
it.
if you lock in your traps, you come down, it almost forces my head a little bit up, and then you throw it back.
Yeah. All right, we got Ethan Berge here, 177.5 or 391 pounds.
And we're gonna see a couple Wow, I almost said 900-pound benches in my brain.
Yeah, wow.
Just glitched out.
We are not an equipped.
400-pound benches.
3 white lights for Ethan. William Cummins is our next lifter, or BJ, whichever you prefer. Bar is loaded. For
Bar
BJ.
is loaded for BJ Cummins.
All right, we got BJ Cummins here.
Opening up
And
at
his
4
son giving him a handoff here. Carson. Carson's competed several times as well.
Yep, Carson is an active competitor, and he's getting a lot stronger. He's going to be one to watch in the future.
BJ's not bench only, he's push pull.
I didn't see that he had a deadlift over there, but that makes sense. I didn't see the deadlift when I was looking.
Easy opener there for BJ.
All right, 3 white lights lift is good. Now, one thing that we probably won't see today, at least we haven't seen it yet, is there are instances where your elbows need to be fully locked out at the top of the bench, unless, of course, there is a medical reason that you are not able to do
They
that.
have to, and then your arms have to return to where they started,
Correct.
essentially.
And you actually have to inform the judges if you're unable to fully lock out
Correct.
as well.
Ryan Block
All right, we got Ryan Black here.
200 kilos.
440 pounds. This is a state record attempt here for Ryan.
That right there is a good sink. And
It's close.
Very close to a heat.
Yes.
That is, if there had been,
So I knew that when we were talking about it earlier, that's how he benched. Because I've seen him bench a million times. I don't know. He lives down in Raymore, where I used to
Oh,
live,
okay.
actually.
so
But
again,
he's done a lot of meets here, too. So he's done this meet specifically, I think, for the last several years. But it's usually bench only.
so it's like Chris was saying though, that one was on the edge of being a,
He benches like JP does. which
bigger
is
guy.
on the edge. He benches like Devontae does. He benches like I used to.
The thing is,
Tina here.
let's go, Tina. 30 kilos on the bar, 2.5 kilo jump. So one very important thing to know about powerlifting is you can go right up to the edge of the rules.
Oh yeah,
and
as long
you
as you're within
should.
the boundaries of the rules.
Yeah, as long as you take it to the extreme. Now, don't be surprised if you miss and get called on something. Great job.
Nice
Great
and
speed on that
controlled.
one,
Good
Tina.
looking for Tina.
Through light lights lift is good.
Good job, Tina. Caleb is our next lifter up. Bar is going to be loaded to 209, 95 kilos. After Caleb, we will have Steven, and then Adam Kellogg, Justin Everly, and then Dylan Hawkins.
All right, let's go, Caleb. 209 pounds here for Caleb.
Here we go, Caleb.
Pretty smooth second attempt there.
Good lift there. 3 red lights for Caleb. Steven Shaker's
All right, we got Steven Schaefer here, 237 pounds.
7.5 kilos. Steven is competing in the push-push or the bench only.
The push, huh?
All right, we got 107.5, 237 pounds here for Steven. Just not quite there.
The second bar started rolling a little bit there. He's going to have another attempt to try to come back and get that there.
All right, we got Adam
There
Kellogg
is one
coming
thing
next.
that we haven't seen yet today from people who got a first attempt but then were stapled on a second. You can actually scratch an attempt.
You can.
And sometimes, depending on the lifter and the athlete, that is the right call because the strength is just not there, so why waste the energy?
100%.
Or, conversely, you're aiming for a very specific total and you get the exact bench that you need, and you're not confident in your third. Some athletes will scratch their third attempt to save energy for their deadlifts. And they'll do the same thing on squats. They'll scratch where they think right at their edge. But
Or
that's
if they
more-
get injured or
Yeah,
like.
correct.
Lights for Adam.
There's a ton of different reasons you can scratch, but it is a very viable strategy.
Justin Everly is our next lifter. Bar is going.
All right, we got Justin coming out here, 125 kilograms, 275 pounds,
275.
275.
Honestly, we should let judges do that.
Nice and controlled to the chest. A little bit of a long pause there. Not pause is the wrong word, and I hate when people say that it's a pause. It took her a minute to give the start or the press command.
I think that
Dylan Hawkins is our next lifter.
out of all of the issues that people have with powerlifting, one of the biggest is how inconsistent a bench call can be.
The problem with that, though, is that the rule is when the bar stops on your chest and comes to a complete stop. So if it wibble wobbles, you're not going to get that press command. But if you're sitting there, a ref doesn't make you pause or shouldn't make you pause because
Any
that's
longer
not
than
in the rule
necessary.
book.
Correct.
Once the bar comes to a stop on your chest, see, like that one bounced a little bit, so it did take a minute for him to get that good save there by the spotters. But that's why it took a minute to get that press command because there was a wibble wobble. But if you were coming to a complete stop, which is why you see a lot more soft touch bench presses, I feel like, then you get that press command faster.
And that's kind of, again, how do you regulate a rule like that?
Right.
Very,
right.
very like to me that is one of the
Let's go. Let's get behind
bench
bench
is the
here.
one lift that I think needs the most examination when it comes to reevaluating the rules,
Yeah.
because it is the one that, with the pausing and the hand width and the range of motion, probably gets some of the most complaints and the most confusing to people on the outside.
Well, and you throw the IPF new elbow depth rule in there.
It's all over the board.
Yes.
If there was a more effective way to get a consistent press command for bench, that would be great. The other thing is, how do you, as a judge, as a federation, how do you justify? Okay, we don't have a press command anymore. It's just touch and go. Well, now you're gonna have people coming down and heaving it
Yeah.
off their chest.
Yeah. All right, we got Dylan Greer here. 363 pounds here for Dylan.
So again, it's just one of those very difficult questions to answer. I do think that there is probably a better solution out there. We just haven't found it yet.
Right.
There was a story of somebody one time who was a head judge giving press commands, and they would wait an extraordinarily long time.
Why?
They were old.
Oh.
Rest his soul.
Oh.
But yeah, sometimes, one flight may have a judge who's a little bit more strict with the press command, and another flight may have a judge who's a little bit more loose with the press command. And what that does is that provides the idea of inconsistency within judging standards. However, it's down to the perception of the judge.
As long as the judge themselves are consistent, I think that is also helpful.
Correct.
All right, we got Richard Van Trump here. 182.5 kilograms, 402 pounds.
We are now over 400 pounds. Let's go, Richard.
172. There we go. The very exaggerated.
It's very
head up.
exaggerated, but he doesn't lose any height of his chest, and some people do. So some people, when their heads come up, I feel like they lose their lats a little bit, or like they just lose tightness. I didn't notice that with him.
Not really, and it does help when you're a little bit of a beefier individual as
I was
well.
gonna say he's got some thick traps.
All right, Ethan up next, 190 kilos on the bar.
Here we go, Ethan. Lock it in.
All right, 418 pounds here for Ethan. Solid looking second there.
3 white lights. BJ will be our next lecture.
All right, we got BJ coming out here, 440 pounds. This is a state record attempt again. I'm assuming this is his state record attempt. Well, I guess it is his because he broke it on the first one. So.
Bar is loaded. Platform's ready. Here we go, BJ. Lock it in.
All right, BJ getting locked in with 200 kilos on the bar. Looking about 440-ish. Nice looking bench there for BJ.
Very fast.
White lights. Good attempt there.
All right, we got Ryan coming out here, 460 pounds.
Second attempt at 462 pounds. This is also a state record.
This is a big bench.
Yeah.
462
bench.
pounds.
That's more than a lot of squats that we saw today.
Here we go, Ryan.
Now again, Ryan takes huge advantage of his size, which is perfect. Right? Like, take advantage of what you got.
Fun fact, Ryan's a nurse.
I'd be terrified.
He's a dialysis nurse too,
Oh.
so he spends multiple hours in rooms with patients while they're on dialysis.
Bring us back around.
We got Tina coming out here with her third attempt. We got the final third attempts of the day here today. And then we move it on to deadlifts.
Correct. Again, there will be a 5 to 10 minute intermission between
Be a state record for
bench and
her.
deadlift.
Loaded up to 71 pounds. Caleb will be after Tina, and then Steven, and then Adam.
Really smooth for Tina on
Yeah,
that
so
one.
it did
Strength
take
is
a minute to get that press command because the shit's just bouncing there at the bottom.
Again, it's about control. About showing that you have complete control of the bar. All right, Caleb, 100 kilos on the bar.
Let's go, Caleb. 220 loaded on the bar. Let's get it.
Just not quite there for his third.
Right there for Caleb.
All right, we got Steven Schaefer here, 237 pounds.
Safer up next to you.
Misses on his second attempt, coming back for a third. Again, once you pick a weight, you cannot go back down.
Correct. If you forget to call your next attempt, they will automatically go up by 2.5 kilograms. So if you missed it based on strength and you don't go tell them that you're going to take the same weight again, they're going to go up 2.5 kilos.
And it's going to be even worse.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right.
Here we go. Let's stay behind him on this third one here.
I believe this one was the bar pitched on him just a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Just
now
not
it's a
quite
strength
there.
issue. The
Yeah.
first time it looked like it was a little bit of a technique issue. This time it was definitely a strength issue. And sometimes, you grind it all out on the second attempt and you just don't got much left on the third.
Correct. All right, Adam Kellogg coming out here, 125 kilos or 275 pounds.
Let's go, Adam.
Darn.
Right there, started to go and started to come back down. Great effort, though, there for Adam.
All right, Justin's coming out, 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds.
Bars loaded for Justin. Here we go, last one.
All right, let's go, Justin. Getting set up on his traps. Give him a little bit of an arch there.
Come on, push through it, Justin.
Come on. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Couldn't get past that transition
That
point.
like last inch.
Out there, got a little sticky.
It was so close.
Good job, Justin. That's a weird sticking point right there. Usually you don't see it quite almost like that.
That was like,
We're going to medial head of his tricep right there.
That's on his last one here.
Bench.
all right, Dylan Hawkins here,
Coming back for this for
286
10s.
pounds.
Nope.
Downward motion there. Automatically, that's a no.
That's all right. Great effort there for Dylan.
Good job to our spotters and loaders keeping our lifters safe so far. Closing in on the final
Taking a bar to 314.
6 lifters of bench. Ben Tipton, Dylan Greer, Richard Van Trump, Ethan Burgee, BJ Cummins, and Ryan Black.
Let's go, man. Dylan Greer was that for his third bench press attempt. We're going to 369. And I really want to finish the rest of that, but I cannot. I cannot. Let's go, Dylan.
All right, let's go, Dylan. Downward motion there. All right, got Richard Van Trump here, 418 pounds on the bar.
Big benches.
Big benchers.
Big benches.
Big
Right
bench.
there. Big benches.
Big bench.
Are we 5? Yes. Did we enjoy ourselves? Also, yes.
Brian and I wouldn't do this if we didn't have fun doing it.
Very true. But this is kind of our 7th inning stretch.
Man, really pressing into that chest. Good there.
Lift is good.
All right, we got Ethan Berge coming out here, 435 pounds. Some of these benches are bigger than some of the deadlifts that are going to happen today.
197.5
Bigger than several of the squats.
Yeah. Crazy.
All right, let's go, Ethan. No, he knew it wasn't there.
Yep.
He also had a little bit of a slight word, like a borderline heavish sort of thing. Like, yeah.
Probably wouldn't have counted on it.
He might have got away with it, though. Wasn't super
Shouldn't have.
obvious. No,
Shouldn't.
but might have.
Again, if you can fool the judges, you can fool anyone.
Right?
We'll probably see a little bit of that on deadlifts.
Oh, yeah.
State record.
We got
Kind of.
BJ Cummins out here, 205 kilograms.
I would guess that the one that we'll see try to fool the judges the most will be BJ.
Probably, yes. BJ's the king of like stiff leg deadlifts, I feel like.
He is, and he'll probably also try to do the Greeno special.
The Mike Greeno special. The chin descent.
Oh,
Wow, let's go.
strength is there.
Nice.
It
That
looked
was
to me like there was
nice.
a double bounce on that bench.
That was good.
Not bad. Again, it looked like there might have just been a small double bounce, not anything that almost anyone would have noticed. I'm just, and I'm a jerk about it sometimes. That's why I'm not a judge.
No.
There's a reason I don't judge, and it's because I don't err on the side of the.
All right, Ryan Black here. 485-pound bench press
I know,
attempt
this is
here.
huge.
Come on, Ryan. Stick with. Oh man,
not
not
quite
quite.
But that bar came up real fast thanks to the spotters and loaders.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. We're going to take a quick intermission. Please get yourself some food, some
Maybe
water,
some lunch,
stretching,
water, some steps.
some steps. I did that this morning when I did my training.
Oh,
session.
look at you go. I'm at 1763. I need to go get some.
Yeah, I hit. But we'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everyone, we are about to get started on deadlifts, but we wanted to go over some common deadlift red lights. So first is going to be timing out, like normal. You have that 1 minute to get your lights going. And if you don't get, and honestly, this one's up to you. There's no start command. So you just have to get the bar up and off the ground within 1 minute.
You just
Starting.
gotta walk up and pull it.
Yeah.
But you do have to wait for a command at the top. So you receive a down command at the top of the deadlift. You do have to wait for said down command. You also have to control the bar back down to the ground. If you cannot slam the bar, you cannot. You have to hold on to the bar the whole way down. You have to have control over it. So if you're
Correct.
losing your grip after you get the down command, you can still get red lighted
You
for it.
better move fast.
Yeah, exactly.
I've gotten scolded because I moved the bar too fast downward. I threw it down, so it was still in my hands, but it was when I was younger. I forced the bar
Yeah,
down.
nope, that's
as
not
opposed to
allowed.
dropping. Yeah,
That's
you're not
also
allowed to do that.
No.
But we will see some kind of, the bar can twist and turn. In your hands, you can helicopter it if you want to. I don't know why you would, but you could. And just in general, deadlift is where the meat really begins, because you can go 6 for 6 on all the rest of your list, but if you do not get deadlift at all, your meat doesn't start. So by the time that the bar hits the ground is when your meat actually starts and you've secured a total.
You can also pull sumo. You can pull conventional.
You can pull stiff-legged.
You can pull like a frog.
You can roll the bar all the way in front of you, roll it back, and try to stand up. Not recommended.
But you can.
You can. You can.
And
do
we
it.
are using a deadlift bar, so it's not as stiff as the bar that we were using for bench or squat. It's a little bit more noodly. It is a Texas deadlift bar, so it's not quite like what they used to be a couple years ago, but it's
Correct.
a nice middle ground. It's like the good old days.
Correct. So I believe there is now a trend heading back on deadlifts where bars are slightly less whippy. They've started to implement some more consistent rulings on bars.
Correct.
To try to at least standardize what's going on. But we will be transitioning to the active meet here.
Liz Peckus is our first deadlifter of the day. And the bar is loaded. Lifters aren't also allowed to use baby powder on their thighs. You're not allowed to ramp the bar up your thighs. And so, wow, that was fast. Oh, unfortunately, Liz has had an injury and just took a token deadlift just now, so that's why that moves so fast. Sarah is up next with 176 pounds, but the baby powder actually, it's I don't want to call it it's not lubrication, but it does allow for the bar to move slowly up your thighs, so that way it doesn't get sticky. And you are allowed to use chalk on your hands as well. And that's to allow you to grip the bar maybe a little bit better. Solid looking easy opener there for Sarah. Most of the lifters that you will see with deadlift typically wear a very minimal soled shoe, so a flat shoe like a Van Converse, or even a deadlift slipper sort of shoe, like a Notorious Lift, which is what Avery has on. All right, 220 pounds here for Avery. Easy opener there for Avery. All right, bars loaded here for Isabel. Isabel's opening with 220 kilograms. Lifters are required to wear a deadlift or a full calf sock It is required to cover your entire shin, and that's to not only protect the lifter from the bar, because you can end up with open shins or some bleeding, but it's also to protect other lifters too. So if there is ever blood on the bar, we do clean the bar off just to maintain cleanliness, but that's why all the socks are required. All right, we got Emily Cole coming out here next. 105 kilos, 231 pounds. So looking opening attempt there for Emily.
Good lift for Emily.
All right, we got Shaitlin coming up here next, 259 pounds. Bar is loaded here for Shaylin.
Good lift for Shaylin. That was 117 and a half kilos. 259.
All right, we've got Leela here, 259 pounds.
Far for Layla. Ollie's on deck. Matthew from the hole. Riley's 3 out. Leslie 4. Olivia 5.
Great looking opening attempt there for Layla.
Good opener for Layla Garcia. 259. Molly's up next. Going to 270.
All right, we got Molly coming out here next, 270 pounds.
3 out. Olivia 4. 55. And Galen 6.
All right, bar is loaded here for Molly, 270 pounds.
Good lift.
Matthew's out next, 292 pounds.
That's a state record attempt for Matthew.
Great looking opener there.
292 pounds.
Now that he's lost weight, oh my god.
Riley Rash up with 137.5 pounds on the bar.
I think Riley is the only sparkly belt today. She was the one I noticed earlier today too, so she is pulling sumo. Great looking opening attempt there for her.
Lovely opener for Riley. Great job.
Like with every other lift, you can wear whatever shoes you want. It can be
No,
a
you
heel
can't
shoe-
wear Crocs.
Well, you can, okay, sorry, let me rephrase that.
They
You
have
can
to
wear
have
any
a
shoe
firm
within the rule book.
Yes, they have to have a sole, and they have to be closed-toed. And I think the rule specifies it specifically you're not allowed to wear Crocs.
Which is, why would you wear... I don't want to get in the Crocs conversation. The amount of people that I see walking into a gym wearing Crocs and Birkenstocks to lift in and do leg day in is concerning.
I will wear my fuzzy Crocs into the gym and then change my shoes into my tier flat-soled shoes, which are very nice, by the way.
No, these are people squatting
Yeah, no.
in Crocs. And I'm like, I don't even know
That's
what
worse
you're doing
than a
anymore.
running shoe.
If it folds under, you're dead. You're gone.
All right, Olivia's coming out here next. 319 pounds for her opening attempt. Now, if you had to guess looking at Olivia, do you think she pulls conventional or sumo?
145
Conventional.
on the bar for Olivia. Let's go.
Oh,
Olivia.
very wrong.
315.
She just switched.
So she did used to pull okay.
Conventional. Bar did roll a little bit forward when she wedged a little bit there, but otherwise good lift there.
One thing worth mentioning is you might notice some lifters have their feet close together, and some lifters have their feet far apart. Close together we refer to as conventional deadlift. Far apart we refer to as sumo deadlift. Okay? They're both legal and they're both fine. In strongman, for example, though, you can't sumo deadlift. You can only conventional. Haley Bolton's up. She's got 330 on the bar for her overs.
All right, we got Haley Bolton here. 150 kilograms, 330 pounds.
Top of the lineup with round 2.
Haley is known. She always wears the wrestling shoes, which is another old lifting shoe. There we go.
Haley Bolton. pounds. We like the signs back there, ladies. Those are good. We like some team spirit. Thank you.
All right, we got Dylan coming out here, 358 pounds.
We're competing all the time. Well, we got signs over here. Ty's got a sign.
There's a sign out in the crowd that says, break records, not backs. Oh, man. All right, we got Dylan coming out here next, 358 pounds.
358 on the bar for Dylan. Good lift for Dylan.
Great lift for Dylan there. 85 kilos on the bar for Sarah Cole.
Oh, just a reminder, on the new camo sweatshirts, we ran out of 2, 3, and 4XL. The people we order from are always like, you order more 4XLs than anybody that we It's a big difference here, okay?
All right, we got Sarah Cole here, 187 pounds on the bar. All right, let's go, Sarah. Sarah is a conventional puller. Love me some conventional pullers.
On the bar, it's a good
For a long time, so many people pulled sumo, and like, I would go to a meet and I would be the odd woman out or the odd female out in the situation because I was a conventional puller and everybody else was pulling sumo. It was like a trend.
It was actually
Almost.
kind of funny.
She's at
Sydney,
7.5 kilos.
her sumo and conventional were like within 5 pounds of each other.
Yeah, I don't even know what my sumo is. I always start to try it and then I'm like, I don't like this.
I mean, I can sumo 530 pounds, but I can RDL 495 pounds for 8.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Good looking
Hashtag-
tennis there for Isabel.
Built different. I mean,
Built
wrong.
different.
I'm built wrong, but I am built different.
All right, bars loaded here for Emily. Nice looking wedge. She just like wedged it just nicely.
Pulling the slack out of the bar, very important.
Yes.
Got to pull the bar before it pulls you.
All right, we got Avery coming out here next. 112.5 kilograms. This is 248 pounds.
248 on the bar for Avery Huber. Good lift for Avery. Shaylin's up next at 122 and a half.
It's not mine.
Ooh, got some Nikes out here on the floor.
Good lift for Shaylin at 270 pounds.
All right, we got Layla Garcia coming up next. 125 kilograms.
On deck is Molly. Matthews in the hole. Riley's 3 out. Leslie, you're 4 out.
Got some Adidas on down there. Ooh.
Very nice deadlift on that one. My actual first lifting shoe were Sambas.
With what?
Sambas.
Sambas?
All day, every day. Squat, bench, deadlift, Sambas.
I was a pink Converse. If that's
Respect.
not surprising.
I'm shocked. For those of you that can't see my shocked face, it's very shocked right now.
Hashtag sarcasm.
Yeah. Christy is top 5 bubbliest people that I associate with.
Great looking deadlift there from Molly.
Good lift for Molly. 3 white lights at 286. Matthews up next is a state record attempt for his second. 303 going on the bar for Matthew. Riley is on deck. Leslie's in the hole. Olivia's 3 out. Haley's 4 out.
Great lift for Riley Rash.
Riley Rash.
All right, Leslie here, 155 kilograms.
You're on deck. Haley, you're in the hole. Dylan, you're 3 out. These are the last 4 deadlifters of round 2.
Ooh, very nice.
6 a landing. 10 out of 10.
All right, Olivia here, 341 pounds.
Stay weight on the bar.
All right, Olivia.
There we go.
So we're also going to see a couple different grip techniques today would be my guess. You have double overhand, you have hook grip, and you have over. I can't do hook grip. It just doesn't make any sense. And you have over under. Now, one reason why a lot of people actually switch from over under to hook grip is because they're worried about carrying a bicep tendon, exploding a bicep off the arms. If the biggest reason why something like that would happen to an athlete is if their arm is bent when they're trying to pull the weight and it's just way too heavy and your tendons just give up.
All right, let's go, Haley. This is 352 pounds here.
Odds are long today that we'll see just a true double over. Most likely what we'll see is over under or hook grip.
And see, and her grip is interesting because she like holds it in the very like the tips of her fingers.
There was somebody that I know, his name was Kit Wong. Great powerlifter, good guy. He would actually hold it so his thumb never touched the bar in either hand.
I think that's how Brittany Chown does it too, almost.
Yeah, just straight in the knuckles.
Yeah, like in the very like in.
Because it added an extra, it took 2 inches away from his pull-up.
That's insane.
You could ask JP about Kit Wong's deadlift hold.
All right, we got Dylan Eccles here, 172.5 kilograms, 380 pounds. Oh.
Not quite there. He can come back and try for it again. Looks like he might have just been a little bit forward on his toes. But he can come back, try it again. There's nothing riding on it.
I mean, you got one more lift of the day. Why not?
Do it.
Let's go.
95 kilos loaded onto the bar for Sarah Cole. Sort of third attempt.
We're back at the top of the lineup.
All right, 209 pounds here for Sarah.
Caitlin for Layla 5. For 9 days.
But
All right.
Cole, 115 kilos on the bar. Red, blue, and a collar.
We are on third attempt deadlifts of flight A here. Just moving and grooving through our day.
Yep. I figure the meet will be done around 3:30 today.
That's a fair assessment. Well, that was easy.
16 kilos for Emily Cole. That lift is good.
Nice grit there from Isabel.
3 white lights. Good lift. Avery's up next at 275 for a state record attempt. Caitlin's on deck. Layla's in the hole. And Molly's 3 out. Matthew 4.
So technically, she doesn't have a sparkly belt, but that is a sparkly belt clip.
Oh, yeah, she's got, like, bejeweled.
Almost LED.
Yeah.
Could you have an LED, like, lever?
I don't know, but can you wear, like, glow sticks, I wonder, on your shoes or something?
You know what? That's a great question, and I thought of a way to make millions of dollars.
Glow sticks?
No. LED lever belts that can put a new message on it.
Let's go. Shaylin with 281. Shaylin go.
Great looking third attempt deadlift there for Shaylin.
Was her thumb over the front of the bar on her?
I don't know, I didn't notice.
It might have been.
Oh.
Layla's up next, going for 281. Molly's on deck.
All right, we
Matthew's
got
on the
Layla
hole.
coming
Olivia
up next,
3 out, Riley
281
4.
pounds.
I haven't been paying attention on this round, but one thing that you might notice about lifters that's different compared to squat and bench is on deadlift, you are not required
Oh,
to
man.
wear
Not
a
throwing that to
shirt
Layla.
under your singlet. You can
The
just wear a
2 for 3 on
singlet
deadlifts. Molly's
and let
up
them
next.
shoulders breathe. Again, it's wintertime.
It's kind of chilly in the shim, in my opinion, right now.
I would be deadlifting.
I pulled my jacket off earlier, but it's back on. I have to wear my t-shirt. You do see a lot more people still in their t-shirts today than you normally do.
Correct. Normally it's sweltering in here.
Ooh. All right, let's go, Molly. There you go. Oh, wow. Once she got past her knees, that was fast.
Yeah, that was slow to start, fast to finish.
Yes.
Matthew's up
All right,
next.
we got
He's
Matthew
going
up
for
next, 314 pounds.
Olivia, you're on deck. Riley, you're in the hole. Haley, 3 out. Leslie, 4. Dylan, 5. Last 6 deadlifts at flight A.
All right, Matthew, 142.5 kilos on the bar.
Come on, stick with it. All right, see what the judges say there. I do think, yeah, no. Unfortunately.
Awesome day for Matthew.
He supported the bar on his thighs.
Yep. When he got here and it slowed down, he leaned back and drug that up his thighs. You're not allowed to support the bar on your thighs, but if it does get stuck there and you finish it, that's fine. You just are not allowed to put your knees under it, lean back, and drag it up.
All right, Olivia coming out here, 160 kilograms, 352 pounds.
Olivia's up next, 160 kilos on the bar. That's 350
Let's go, Olivia.
pounds for Olivia.
Walk it out. Come on, sis. Come on. Go, go. Yeah.
Olivia, 60 kilos.
Great day for Olivia today. Good call, sir. Good call.
Riley's up next with a state record attempts.
All right, we got Riley coming out here next, 363
Haley's
pounds.
on deck. Leslie's in the hole. Dylan, you're 3 out. Last 4 deadlifts of flight A.
Come on, stick with it, Riley. Oh, there we go. Nice. The one thing that you do see, like with Riley, that you do see with other sumo lifters, is that it is slow off the floor.
Yep.
And it can be slow off the floor, but once they break the floor with it, like a lot of times it moves pretty well.
Haley's up next. Same weight on the bar. Leslie's on deck. Dylan's in the hole.
All right, we got Haley here, 363 pounds. Come on, Haley, stick with it. Lock it up. There you go. There you go. Easy. Yes.
363 for Haley Bolton. Leslie's up next. Same weight on the bar. Popular number. Almost as popular as girls trying to get Jack Stardust number.
363 pounds of ball for Leslie.
Like that. Let's go, Leslie. Close it out, Leslie. Let's get some.
All right, Leslie is almost our last deadlifter of flight A.
Good lift for Leslie.
Great lift there for Leslie. All right, we got Dylan finishing up our flight A. Third attempt deadlifts here.
And having the most
Dylan-
syllables in her last name.
Dylan did miss this
Syllables in her last name.
on his last attempt. On strength.
Mine's 5 letters.
What?
Dylan missed this weight on his
Oh,
last attempt.
sorry.
You were blanking on that
I
one.
was completely like not
172.5
connecting. Yes,
kilos
you
in
are
the car
correct.
For young Dylan Eccles, trying to close out his day here. There you go, Dylan.
Stick with it. Stick
Better
with it.
fight
There you
on that
go.
one.
Good lift there for Dylan.
That's why we have 3 minutes. He missed out on a second. He wasn't even close. You can change it.
All right, we'll be switching out judges and moving on to Flight B, first attempts.
That will bring us to Flight B. Judson will start us off. Christopher on deck. Irfan, 3 out. Marcus, 4. Kai, 5. Joseph, 6. Landon, 7.
Judson Cole opening up with 145 kilos on the bar.
And the bar is loaded and the timer is going.
Ooh, that is. Haven't seen a big tongue belt like that in a little while. Just noticeably big tongue. But I can only see a part of the belt because, you know, it's
Judson
camo.
Cole, good lift. Christopher's up next at 170 kilos.
Christopher Pierce, 170 kilos on the bar, followed by Mr. Ansari at 175 kilos, and Marcus Moore at 182.5.
Okay, so drink your water and be ready. I don't know who had the highest odds yet. I'll have to look it up. But we will have 2 people being tested right at the end of Flight C.
Another thing is lifters are technically allowed to wear knee sleeves on deadlift.
They're allowed to wear knee sleeves on every lift.
On bench
Good
feel
lift.
so pedantic.
I wanna take
Like,
a
why?
quick-
But you can.
figured it
You
out,
can.
but Peter,
You
don't
shouldn't,
have to wear a
but you
shirt
can.
on
And you can, I think you might even be able to wear elbow
either
sleeves on deadlift too.
I believe so, yes.
You
You
just
just
can't wear
on the
elbow sleeves.
bench. They
I don't
definitely
wanna
don't
get any-
add anything to your bench. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
They just keep your elbows warm, really.
Realistically, that is the weirdest thing that they don't allow.
I agree.
Charlie takes his off for deadlift. Let's go, Irfan. 385.
All right, Irfan.
for this opening attempt.
Two of the judges saying 2 good lift.
You don't have to wear a shirt
All right, we got
underneath it.
Marcus Morton coming out here. 182.5 kilograms, 402 pounds.
So everybody had Jack's QR. Charlie does. Actually, when Creed started playing, we went to the Creed concert. Charlie took his shirt off and never put it back on. Let's go, Marcus.
Ooh, Marcus has the checkerboard Vans. You can't really see that on the camera at all, but that's what he's got on. And the checkerboard matches his socks and his singlet.
Good lift. Now Marcus walking around, you know, bench
Kai
squat,
Tran, 185
squat,
kilos on the
deadlift,
bar.
202.
What?
It's a Kai Tran, 185 kilos on the bar.
I think you need some caffeine,
I think
Brian.
Christy needs some caffeine, guys.
Did I decide Marcus's steering section over?
Nice deadlift there by Kai.
Good opener at 407 for Kai.
Joseph Powell, 185 kilos on the bar as well. Nice little 407 pull right here. So the reason why a lot of lifters like this number is because it's so close to 405. You can say that you pulled 4 plates.
Joseph's the lifter.
But see, I feel like 402 is kind of a good solid number too if you've never pulled 400 pounds before.
Yep. It's one of those weird, like 402 and 185 are just.
His hands are really wide.
That was almost like
Good lift for
a
Joseph.
snatch grip.
Yeah, almost. Not quite, but almost.
Quite. I wonder if he has a background in Olympic weightlifting.
Oh, because it did kind of look like, it didn't look like snatch, but it looked like his wide to be for maybe like a clean and jerk.
Yeah. Just something Olympic weightlifting related.
Right?
I've been informed that we shouldn't be calling it ollie lifting.
No, it's weightlifting or Olympic lifting.
Correct. Actually, Olympic weightlifting is the proper term that is preferred.
Yes.
Where as long as you don't call me, a sack of crap, I think we're golden.
We do have several of our lifters from Strong Barbell Club here. They are in Florida competing today as well in this weekend. And the USA Weightlifting Finals, I believe is what this meet is called. It is different than Nationals. We also have another member that's also competing in Florida, but in powerlifting.
Yes, Jacob, 3 white lights.
All right, we got Peter Winkler coming up next, 501 pounds.
That's a great one for Peter Winkler.
In the hole. Ian is 3 out. Zach is 4 out. Bill, you're 5. Aaron, you're 6. Last 7 deadlifters over. Round 1.
All right, 7 more attempts in first attempts, and then we'll be moving on to second.
Good lift. All right, we got Dalton Clark coming here, 235 kilograms, 518 pounds.
We're getting some pretty good deadlifts today.
Bars loaded for Dalton Clark at 235 kilos. 518 pounds for Dalton. Thomas, you're on deck. Ian, you're in the hole. Zach, you're 3 out.
Nice tension pull just now. Did you see how nice that was?
Butter.
That was so systematic and beautiful.
That was a butter pull right there. Gonna take that, spread it on some bread, because that's how smooth
Thomas
it was.
is up next at 237.5 kilos.
All right, we got Thomas coming out here, 523 pounds. Almost need to adjust our camera a bit because we're into the tall guys. We got Ian McGuire coming out next, 240 kilos.
Zach's on deck. Bill's in the hole. Aaron, 3 out.
Well, down a little bit. All right, let's go, Ian. 240 kilos, 529 pounds here. Wow, that was a fast opener. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, we got Zach Melton coming up next, 245 kilograms.
Zach Melton, 245 kilos on the bar.
I believe he could use some baby powder on them thighs.
A little bit of baby powder. Hopefully, doesn't make a mistake of putting chalk on there.
Yeah, he's got naked thighs. He needs some baby powder. We got William coming up next, 584 pounds.
Do 65 on that opener for a bill. It's good lift.
Aaron Boots up next, 275 kilos being loaded onto the bar. This is our last deadlift of first attempts.
Of flight B.
Of flight B, yes.
All right, Aaron Boots here, 275. This is 606 pounds. Very textbook.
Again, he knows what he's doing. He's been competing in our meets for
A while.
years.
Yeah.
It's very neat, Aaron.
All right, we got
All
Irving
right,
coming up
dropping
next.
real far down to 177.5 kilos. It's crazy to say that that's all that we're going down to is
Marcus, you're 3 out.
only.
That's really nice as a spotter and loader, though, to be able to keep 3 reds on there.
Yeah, makes it a lot faster.
It makes it a lot faster.
Saves your back for the day.
Now, Jack is doing a great job as a back spotter here, making sure the bar is clean and the chalk is not caked on for the lifters.
Earphone with 177.5 kilos.
2-1.
All right, Judson Cole up next. 185 kilos on the bar.
Joseph, you're 3 out. Sophie, please forward the lifter.
All right, we got Judson Cole coming out here. 407 pounds.
Judson Cole, 185 kilos. That's 407 pounds.
Very nice on that one. All right, Kai Tran up next. 190 kilos on the bar.
Very speedy second attempt there.
Good lifter, Kai. Get some.
Loving the energy that he's bringing.
All right, we got Marcus here. 190 kilograms. 418 pounds.
I also like the fact that the sides of his checkerboard Vans match his socks.
Mine.
The checkerboard matches his socks too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Joseph File, 195 kilos on the bar.
All right, bars loaded here for Joseph, 429 pounds.
Joseph Pyle, 195 on the bar, 429. Smooth.
Yeah, just such a very wide grip on that.
Yeah.
You guys might notice that he had both of his hands this way. Most people have one of their hands under. That'd be an over-under grip or switch grip. If you go both hands over, typically they're going to have their fingers wrapped around their thumb. That's called a hook grip. That's something we learned from Olympic weightlifting. And so there's some people out there that are hook grippers. Now, it's kind of hard to learn and it hurts really bad. Feels like you're falling off.
All right, we got Christopher Pierce here, 462 pounds.
For a bicep tear. When your hands are both over, you really can't tear your bicep very easily. But when your hands are under, especially if you bend your elbow, it's really easy to tear it. Chris is up at 210.
Wow, big jump, but very, very easy.
Big jump. 40 kilograms. That's
Almost
almost,
100
yeah,
pounds.
right.
Actually, that is 100 pounds.
Is it?
Because 40 times 2.2?
It's close, it's close, it's
It might be
close.
just under.
88.
My brain said 2.5,
Still.
not 2.2. That's my bad.
Still. All right, Landon Cole here.
Much more reasonable
479
jump.
pounds.
Yeah,
Yes.
much more reasonable jump.
Yes.
10 kilos.
10 kilos. Definitely a jump you typically see. Just about 5% increase there.
217 and a half. Good lift.
All right. We have Jacob coming out here next. 496 pounds. All right, Brian, how do you pronounce Jacob's last name?
I'm not even going to try.
Smart man. It's like Sukilowicz.
Sekilowicz, yeah, that's kind of what I would go.
Sukilowicz, yeah.
But again, I'm just guessing at what syllables should be silent in there.
Good lift for Jacob.
All right, 3 white lights for Jacob. Ian McGuire up next, 250 kilos on the bar.
551 pounds.
551, and then Dalton Clark up next. So we might see Ian have a higher squat than he does bench. Is that accurate for him? I mean, not bench. Higher squat than deadlift.
Yes.
Okay.
So Ian reminds me a lot of another lifter that moved to Texas within the last year, who was also built to squat and also squatted more than he deadlifted.
Yes, sir.
Great looking second. Lots of room to go up.
Very RDL-ish sumo.
Yeah.
Dalton's up next. Thomas is on deck. Peter's in the hole. Zach is 3 out. Bill is 4 out. Aaron 5.
That last one, just like, right in the right place.
All right, Dalton Clark here. 551 pounds.
For Dalton here.
Very methodical about his foot placement on these.
Zach, you're 3 out. Bill 4.
As a, if you're a sumo puller, you have to be. I don't want to put any hate on conventional pullers, but I feel like sumo, if your feet are uneven or in the wrong spot, or there's so many variables that could throw your technique off just a little bit.
Gripping and ripping is easier on conventional than it is
100%,
sumo.
100%.
Thomas at 551 next.
All right, we got Thomas here, 551 pounds. It's a popular number today here in Flight B, third attempt. That was crispy.
Very
Good
smooth.
lift for Thomas at 551. Peter's up next. 255 kilos, that's 562. Zach, you're on deck. Bill, you're in the hole. Aaron, 3 out.
we got Peter Winkler coming up, 562 pounds. Nice work. All right, Zach Melton coming up next, 573 pounds. I like Zach's shoes that they like tie, but they also have like that Velcro strap that goes over the top of the shoe too.
True customization.
573.
Nice looking deadlift there.
Good luck.
Oh, they're an Adidas shoe.
Bill's up next, going at 606.
Maybe an Adidas wrestling shoe.
What?
Maybe an Adidas wrestling shoe.
Yeah. They didn't have any ankle support though, so probably not a wrestling shoe.
That's two deadlifts, so
But that is a
round
fair
two
point.
for flight B.
Tyler, if you're listening, next time that he pops up, take a look at the shoe and let us know if those are wrestling shoes or not. Or if I just don't know what brand, what generation of Adidas shoe that would be.
Good luck for Bill. Last deadlift of round two for Aaron here at 287.5 kilos at 633.
All right, Aaron Boots here, 287.5 kilograms, 633 pounds.
Heavy pull here. Great deadlift right there from Aaron.
Good luck for Aaron. It's time for round three. It's like the air farm's going to start us off. Kai, you're on deck. Judson during the whole markets. You're 3 out. Joseph 4 out.
All right, Irfan here, 396 pounds. All right, a little bit of a hitch there on his legs. No
Not
lift.
quite there, and he knew it wasn't.
All right, Kai coming out here next, 435 pounds. Wow,
Hi.
that was like an
speed.
opener.
Yeah.
Going around shaking the judge's
Yes.
hand.
Give him a hand.
Love the sportsmanship.
Judson's up next. Same weight on the bar, 435.
All right, Judson's coming out here, 435 pounds.
Got the smoke going.
Good look for Judson Cole. That's going to bring up our guy, Marcus Morris. Marcus is going for 197
All right.
as well.
435 pounds here for Marcus.
Mr. Morton, get some.
All right, let's go, Marcus. Wow, that was a little sticky at the top, but moved really fast off the floor.
Good one, good lift. To the bar, in my opinion,
I,
he's got a little far out in front
think
of
a
him.
little, well, it might have been a slight downward motion, which is what I bet Sarah called him on.
Yeah. So I think
Because he
part of the-
bounced a little bit there for a second,
Yeah.
so.
Then the reason why it was so slow at the very beginning is just it was just a little far out in front of him. He had to regain balance.
The motion of pulling it in towards you.
Yeah.
All right.
Guess what? Fell within the rules and he got it.
Deadlifts today. I'm pulling 2 people from flight A for grip testing, 2 people from flight B. Get your water in here. If you didn't have a great day, don't worry about it. $205 for Joseph Pyle. Good lift.
That was too easy for a third.
Way too easy for a third.
We
But
have
you
a
know
lot
what?
of, like, sandbaggers today.
If you want to be a sandbagger, that's fine. You're just gonna leave more
More kilos on the,
on the bar. You're gonna open it up for somebody else.
right?
Granted, if you are doing this just for fun, it's not that big of a deal.
Truth.
But if you're doing it to win, you made a bad call.
But also, isn't it more fun to, like,
35.
push the boundaries and push your limits a little bit?
I think again, it just depends on what your goal is for the day, right?
Hold on, and bring it out.
All right. This is 485 pounds. Man, I think Landon took the song that's on the live stream right now and for he wanted to make sure that he hit that that's hit that just right. Ooh. We got a fog advisory up at Strong Barbell Club right now.
Foggy day for driving. Better not open these doors, otherwise it's gonna look like Snoop Dogg was here for a couple hours.
All right, Christopher coming out here, 496 pounds.
Oh, got caught at the knees.
Little Brian Shaw roller there.
It's nice look today, sir.
Got the
You waited till the very, very
Benny
end
Mac
of the city lifts. You did great.
deadlift roll. Benedict Magnusson.
Yeah.
Very famous for doing that.
Next at 235 kilos.
Jacob, another good deadlift attempt on this. He's looking like he's had a lot left in the tank.
That's 3
So I hope we get to see him struggle just a little bit.
Peter 5. Jacob, 235 kilos. Good lift.
That was a big eye at
Definitely,
the top.
yeah.
For 9 and
Big smile right there.
Nice job, buddy.
Good job. 8 for 9.
Some awesome first year
All right, Dalton
performance
Clark
today.
here, 562 pounds.
Dalton's up next. 562. That's 255 kilos for Dalton.
All right, 562 pounds here again for Dalton. Very methodical. Nice. Man, that flagpole, man, that's so nice. Stick with it. Come on. Oh,
Good job, Dalton. Nice job today.
that flagpole is just so nice.
So crispy, but with a lot of technique heavy lifters, the second that the weight becomes
I
too
know.
heavy, there's typically not a lot of grind in them.
Correct,
because
yeah.
They rely so heavily on. So that's the downfall of being a pure technique lifter.
That is fair. That is fair.
The second that one small thing is out of whack, one
Yeah.
small.
You don't have that grit.
Yeah.
We got Ian here, 260 kilograms, 573 pounds. Let's go, Ian. Come on. Well, that was easy. Does he have another attempt to go? Because that was easy.
That was a great deadlift right there.
That was easy, sir.
Thomas Encott up next. 265 kilos on the bar.
I bet Ian takes a YOLO pull on Thursday.
Probably.
A second peak sort of situation, yeah.
That post-meet peak.
That post-meet peak. All right, we got Thomas here, 584.
Very nice job on that.
These thirds don't look like thirds at all.
They're either sandbagged or stapled. I don't know which one's better.
I don't either.
If you're stapled, like,
Zach's up next at 589 pounds.
All right, we got four more third attempt deadlifts here at the second flight before we move on to our flight C.
Flight C.
Flight C.
Flight C
Let's
plus.
go, Zach.
See ya after that's done.
All right, let's go, Zach. 589 pounds here. See, there's no, look at his shoes.
Let's go, Zach. 589 on the bar.
They're very interesting, right?
They are incredibly interesting because I can't maybe get a better view of them.
Stick with it. Oh,
that's
man.
Right there.
2 for 3
They're definitely an
on this
Adidas
Zach
shoe.
shot today, buddy. Next up is Pete. Pete is going for 606 here.
Look at that.
Maybe.
That looks.
Yeah.
So it's heel.
It is, yeah.
What's the heel size on
Yeah.
It's a no heel.
Let's go, Peter.
All right, come on, Peter.
Stick with it.
Not quite
Oh,
there.
man.
Just at the knee.
Man, those are some old
Nice
socks.
job today, Pete.
Those are hate brand socks.
Much like my singlet.
Yeah.
Up next, he's going for 282.
Before Hate Brand became whatever it is now.
So the shoe mystery's been solved there. Call it Total Weightlifting Shoe by Adidas.
It feels like they shouldn't be called a total weightlifting shoe because there's no heel on those. It doesn't feel
But
like
there's
a
a zero
weightlifting shoe.
lift, yeah.
Very interesting. That's kind of why I was showing off. I was like, it
They're
doesn't-
nice though.
Yeah, they look cool. All right, 282.5 on the bar for Bill.
Oh, that was easy.
622 for Will Kempford.
Oh.
You must have some soft knees.
Yeah,
All
he
right.
knows it. Soft knees. Aaron Boots here.
What they call this that his knees were soft at the top, it just means that they weren't completely
got it.
locked out. Sometimes when you lock out a deadlift, when you
All right,
lock out a
Aaron,
little bit, your knees
297.5.
Let's go, Aaron.
655 pounds here.
65 on the bar for Aaron Boots. Let's go, Aaron.
That hook grip.
Come on, lock it out. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's excitement right there.
All right, we got Tina coming out here first, 115 pounds.
Okay, so what's happening right here with Tina is they grabbed 10-kilo Olympic weightlifting plates, bumper plates specifically, to provide a consistent starting height for everybody.
Correct.
It used to be that if there's not a plate in that size, like that weight dimension, they can't do it. But thankfully for us, 10.
Tina's excited, but we don't have a third ref yet.
Very true.
Now the bar is loaded and ready for Tina. Wow, that was fast.
That was faster than fast. You might call that really fast.
Fast and furious.
Fast and funny.
Too fast, too curious.
We're just waiting. We're good.
How many movies are there of those now? Like 20? I don't know. It seems ridiculous,
So
right?
far, there's like 8 of them. No, there's 11 or 12 plus the spinoffs. Because you got Hobbs and Shaw's technically a Fast and Furious movie, but it's not like mainline. It's eventually we're gonna see the Transformers cross universes
Oops, they're into Fast and Furious.
with
Well,
King
where
Kong.
can that transform into and then be racing?
Family.
All right, we got Caleb here, 402 pounds for his opener.
Bar is ready. We are ready.
Good looking opener there.
Our next lifter up. We're going to go to 424 on the bar.
All right, Adam Kellogg coming out next, 424 pounds.
Group, the junior division, 125 kilos.
All right, let's go, Adam.
Here we go, Adam.
I like it.
I do
Belts and
too.
sock. Actually, what I like the most is the fully color coordinated outfit.
Ah, snappy.
If you take a look, singlet, black and white, shoes, black and white, pink belt, pink socks. That's what I'm here for. That man, so far, getting an award for me.
Best dressed?
Best dress. Again, I don't know if it's intentional, but it's the layered math, right?
Yes.
Your
No,
top,
that's nice. It is. It's like color blocking.
I like it. I'm here
All
for
right,
it.
we got Ryan Black here, 473 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Ryan. Let's go.
Good list there for Ryan.
I do like his horror-themed sleeve on his right arm.
Yeah, the same artist did all of his work. All right, Justin's up next. 479 pounds. My bad.
It's fine. It's the end of the day.
Right?
Hey, at least we don't have to do too many two-day meets anymore.
Oh my goodness. All
I would
right.
prefer a two-session meet over a 2-day meet.
Yes. All right, let's go, Justin. Oh, I forget. Justin likes wearing the chicken leg socks.
Much like my wife. Very precise technique on
His
that
grip
one.
is also very narrow on deadlift.
All right, already making his call for his second attempt, 235 kilos. All right, Dylan Hawkins, 220 kilo on the bar.
After Dylan, we will have Dylan Greer, then Richard Van Chump, then Ben Tipton.
A lot of money. All right. 485 pounds here.
Dylan Hawkins. Wow.
Holy moly.
I think we're going to cross pretty heavy weight right there. Very fast.
So he just checked his thumbs as he walked away. One of the unfortunate things with hook grip is if you tear your skin,
You're screwed.
you're screwed.
You are absolutely in trouble.
Bar is loaded.
And it happens frequently.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Ugh. All right, Dylan Greer here, 490 pounds.
All right, 3 white lights, lift is good. All right, Richard Van Trump up next, 240 kilos on the bar.
Bar is taken to 529, 240 kilos. Platform is ready.
529 pounds here for Richard. I think he's the first person we've seen wear wrist straps too on deadlift.
I used to actually.
It helps a lot of people with their grip.
Correct. It's a really good cue. So like basically, if you do it right and you crank them down, for me, you have to do it right before the lift though, because if you crank it down too early,
Your hands go numb.
your hands go numb. You have to do it at the right time, but it curls your hands.
Oh, nice.
Like so, you're automatically. In
That
the good
sounds like
standard.
neurologic issues.
I mean, you're pressing on the nerves in the hand.
Yeah,
so
neurologic.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Fine. Nothing's wrong with it.
induced neurologic issues.
I mean, it's like putting a, God, what do they call, whatever, I won't think of it. I won't think of it right now. Pressure
Okay.
point.
Oh,
Pressure point.
yeah, yeah.
Go, let's go, Ben.
All right, 551 pounds on the bar here for Ben.
Ben Tipton.
Three white lights there for Ben Tipton. Good lift. BJ Cummins will be our next lifter up. Opening up at 551 pounds. Lifting for pragmatic strength here.
BJ Cummins, 250 kilos on the bar. 551.
Let's go, BJ.
Good lift there for BJ. All right, we got Ethan Berge up next.
Bar will be taking 650 pounds. Let's go, Ethan. Big goal. Good lift there. 650 pounds.
All right, starting our second attempts of flight C here.
Cranking it through. We will actually be done before 3.
Yes.
Look up will be Tina Shoemaker. 67.5 kilos, 148 pounds. Shoemaker. Shoemaker. And this is also a state record of King.
All right, 148 pounds here for Tina.
Tina.
Crispy second attempt there.
Easy lift there on the second. Adam Kellogg will be our next lifter up. After that, we'll have Caleb. Then we'll have Ryan Black and then Dustin Edwards.
12.5
All
kilo
right.
jump.
All right, 451 pounds here
Let's
for
go,
Adam.
451 pounds.
Great looking
Easy
second
looking.
there.
3 white lights there for Adam.
Respect, Adam. Respect.
Caleb will be our next lifter up. We're going to 462 on the bar. This will be a state record attempt. After Caleb, we will have Ryan Black, Dustin Edwards, and then Dylan Hawkins.
What? Oh my goodness, the grind. Oh. Maybe a little touch of lightheaded there at the end.
He's going to run it back.
We're going to run it back.
Good old run it back.
Run it back. All right, we got Ryan Black up here, 512 pounds going on the bar.
Ryan Black is up. 512 loaded on the bar. Let's go, Ryan.
Let's go, Ryan. Nice and crispy.
Very controlled on the way down.
Oh.
Oh, not quite there.
2 to 1. He's going to run it back there on the side. Oh, he's done.
Oh.
He's old. He's going to grab his hand. Justin Edwards will be our next lifter up here. 518 loaded on the bar. 235.
All right, Justin here, 518.
Big pull.
Very nice.
Very smooth second attempt there.
He's also got that long grip on his fingers.
Yes,
too.
he does. Yes, he does.
Dylan Hawkins is our next up there. Same weight, 518.
All right, Dylan Hawkins here.
Locking in that hook grip.
I know.
See if it's speedy.
Uh-oh.
Not quite there.
Just lost
Oh, no.
Dylan Greer will be our next up there. We're going to 551. On his second attempt.
All right, 250 kilos here for Dylan.
Ooh, wow. That was a wow.
What?
That was a good jump right there. Healthy jump.
Oh.
Strong pull there.
2-1.
2 to
Good
1.
lift.
I can see that Sarah might have called soft knees on that one.
I would agree with that call. Again, you can only judge what's on your side of the platform.
100%.
Richard Van Drum
Right?
will be our next up
So
there.
the judge on the left-hand side can't judge, really necessarily shouldn't be judging what's going on the left-hand side.
They can judge what they can see.
562 loaded on the bar, 255
They can judge what they can
kilos.
see.
Let's get behind Richard here.
It's a little, to me, it's a little bit harder to judge soft knees from front right,
Right.
to back to left,
But
across the
you
body.
can still definitely judge it. That was a good looking second attempt there by Richard.
3 white lights. Ben Timpson is our next up there, 578.
12.5 kilo jump. So it's going to be Ben Tipton. It's going to be BJ Cummins, Ethan Berge, Tina, Caleb, and Adam.
That's on me. We won't have Stephen. I got you.
Slow but steady.
Very steady.
3 white lights over Ben. Oh, bring us back around to BJ Cummings.
All right.
He is going to go
584 pounds here for BJ.
Also, state record return for him.
And just so we're aware, he made it very clear that the rest of his attempts are all state
They're
records.
all state records.
Just if it makes us any easier on us, he wanted us to know that they were all state records. I love BJ. All right, Ethan, 205 kilos on the bar.
And the second deadlift round. Ethan Burns is going 672 pounds, 305 kilos.
All right, here, 672 pounds here for Ethan Berge.
Let's go, Ethan.
Very good.
Good play. 672. That will take us to thirds. Tina will be our first lifter up. After Tina, we will have Caleb, and then Adam, and then Dylan.
All right, 165 pounds here for Tina.
Very clean.
Very clean.
Good looking lift there. Pretty light for Tina. Big knee. Big knee.
All right, Caleb missed this on his second attempt. Going to come back and try to go for it on his third.
That will take us back around to Caleb, 462. His third attempt. Deadlift.
All right, bars loaded here for Caleb. 462 pounds. Oh my goodness.
Not quite there. It's all good. Gave it his all, though.
Yeah, I did.
Started to actually kind of pinwheel on him just a little bit. Just give it a
Yeah.
little bit of a spin.
Well, and you get the shakes from your CNS not quite being quite prepped for that sort of thing, too. So
Yeah.
it's really hard to fight through those shakes.
The shakes, the quakes.
The Quaker shakes?
Again, we will have Justin
Bake and baked.
Ooh. All right, we got Adam coming out here next. 479 pounds.
All right, Adam.
Well, that was easy.
Very easy.
Third there. Great play. Dylan Hawkins will be our next lifter up. He went 250 kilos.
All right, 551 pounds here for Dylan.
Let's go, Dylan. Get behind him on this last one. Big lifter.
All right, let's go, Dylan. 551 pounds here.
Up there. Great efforts.
That. All right, Justin, 252.5 kilos on the bar.
556 pounds.
Last deadlift here at 556 pounds.
The true weight is 556.67. We came to win, not to tie.
This is a 2.5 kilo PR for Justin.
At least people can't. At least people can't chip their own PRs in the meet. You know, people would try that all the time.
Let's go, Justin.
Let's go, Justin. Lock it out. Come on. Oh, hips, hips, hips.
Not quite there.
Oh,
He knew it.
man.
He was still happy for it.
All right, Dylan Greer here, 578 pounds here for Dylan. We have
Closing in on
5
the-
more deadlifts of the day.
Closing in on the final moments. We're finishing before almost 255. I'm giving us an option.
Might be. Let's go, Dylan. 570. Let's get behind him.
All right, let's go, Dylan.
Somebody got a little bit of blood on the bar, so they had to sanitize it, clean it, and then reapply chalk and then clean it again.
Oh, man.
Come on, fight for it. Ah.
Oh.
Not right there.
A good catch there by Jack.
Great job. Get an A+ for effort, for sure. Now we'll bring us around to Richard Van Trump on his last deadlift of the day, 595, 270 kilos.
All right, 595 pounds here.
Good effort there. Not
Good
quite
job
there.
on our back
Great
I
spotter.
would say Jack's catching all the big boys today.
Ben Tipton will be our next lifter up. We're going to take it to 600 pounds, 272.5 kilos.
I believe our back spot, Jack, is going to be competing in January at our USAPL meet.
Let's go, Ben.
All right, let's go, Ben. This is 600 pounds.
Not quite there.
Not quite there. Great effort, though. Great meet.
I mean, you know, it's only like a foot away from lockout, like maybe 2 foot away. It's not
Brings us
quite
back
there.
down to BJ Cummings here.
Not quite there off the
Barely
floor.
missed. If you take a look at the context of the universe, like it didn't have very far to go at all.
All right, we got BJ coming up next. 606 pounds, 275 kilograms.
All right, this is a state record attempt. There we go. Glad Jack wasn't standing in front of him. Might have gotten knocked out by the by that man.
699.97. Almost 700 pounds. Not quite, but it's almost 700.
This
All right.
is the last deadlift of the day.
And
699.97. This is
we
not
don't
700
round up.
pounds.
It is
We
not
do not round up.
700.
If somebody rounds up, I get very annoyed.
In fact, they're taking enough chalk on. It's definitely. No.
Don't you dare round up.
No. Shame on Cade Proctor. Shame on Cade Proctor over here. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Hope you have a fantastic afternoon. Stay safe and Merry Christmas. Oh, and Happy Hanukkah, because that's on Monday. Oh. We'll see you next year. The Kansas State Championships. Because it is a state game, so you can qualify for Raw Nationals. Yes. I'll be here.
Bells and whistles.
Yes.
Maybe not bells, but maybe whistles.
Maybe I'll wear bells just for you, Brian.